but the waking up actually happened at an extremely young age. Well, when I was just always a spiritual kid, I always saw the beauty in every. As long as I can remember, I didn't speak until I was 4, and I think that something was going on. I think I was communicating, but people didn't understand. And when I did start to communicate, all I wanted to do was draw and read and write and sing and dance and play sports. It was like everything was amazing to me. Colors were so vivid, I couldn't believe the beauty of this earth. And then when I was 7, I was hit by lightning, and I went unconscious. And when I came back, I told my mother that I died, and she was actually with me when it happened. And she said, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't." But something changed in me. There was more of an understanding of the oneness and the connection, and nature kept just becoming more and more alive for me. And I had such a deep love and compassion for people, which was a gift and a challenge, because as people would stop me on the street when I was 7 years old and start to tell me their problems, I didn't know how to process that. So it became a burden, but yet I was also able to be a light in people's eyes. And when I was in my teens, later on, I had a lot of experiences. I was part of the 60s culture and experienced mind-altering plants and drugs, and always went straight to what I called God and experienced oneness and unconditional love. And then in my early 20s, I drowned in the ocean in Mazatlan in Mexico, and had CPR to bring me back. And I had such an amazing, unbelievable, indescribable experience of traveling down through a tunnel and coming out into this garden that was beautiful beyond words. I just haven't been able to find the words to describe it, with this music playing and just experiencing complete peace and unconditional love again. And then in my later 20s, I accidentally drove my car off a cliff and again had one of those altering experiences where I went into a place of oneness. So there were experiences that kept getting me to wake up, and even I was climbing Mount Shasta in my 30s, and by that time I was pretty burdened by the world and felt really burdened by suffering and wasn't sure I really wanted to be here. And I was climbing the mountain, and it's not unusual for a boulder to come flying off the top of a mountain and take down somebody who is climbing the mountain. So what people described who were down at base camp, because I was right in it, was that it was probably about a 20-ton boulder, came off the top of the mountain, and it literally started tracking me. If I went right, it went right. If I went left, it went left. And I finally just lay down on the ground and said, "Oh my God, this is it." And when obviously it wasn't it, and I'm still here, but it only missed me by 5 feet. And when I reflected on that afterwards, because Mount Shasta is a power place for me, I lived there on and off in the 70s, and it was always a place of power. Was the mountain was saying to me, the spirit of the mountain was saying to me, "Do you want to be here or don't you want to be here? Make a decision, yes or no, because we can take you out if you don't want to be here." And so there were these opportunities throughout my life of needing to make a choice and wake up to what life has to offer and the adventure of being here and experience the fullness and the aliveness of life and make a choice and make it now. And that is part of waking up, is saying, okay, I am here. and here's my choices in life. And I do have a lot of choices in life to create a good life for myself, for all of life and the planet. What am I going to do with this opportunity?
Now, it's interesting, Sandy, when you first answered the question about what spiritual awakening means to you, you talked about knowing that the earth is our home and that our body is holy ground. And I'm curious to unpack that a little bit because, you can hear somebody say that kind of thing. They can talk about the earth as being sacred or the body as sacred, but it's different from a deep experiential level. You talked about a cellular knowing that you experienced during some of your initiation experiences that you were just describing. So tell me what you mean by the earth being our home and the body as holy ground from a deep experiential.
Well, I think what's happened for a lot of us is that we've experienced so much trauma in life that people are, many of us end up disassociating. So we're kind of part here and part in a spiritual realm. And what happens is when we're fully here, which is what my experience was when I was a child, and for people who do healing work, there's so many different traditions through meditation and shamanic healing and somatic healing, and there's so many different ways that people can turn to when we really experience being fully in our bodies, but you really have to get that experience. And I think most people have from times been able to have an amazing sense of bliss of what it's like to actually be able to see colors and hear the beautiful sounds of nature and feel that incredible sensation of touching your favorite textures and really tasting food and being able to really take in fragrances. When you are able to embody that in a particular way, then you experience the beauty of the earth on a tangible level, and you get, earth is my home and my body is my home. But what I find, because this is part of my work, is to help people get to that place, is it's a journey for all of us because of the world that we live in. There's the traumas that we go through that disconnect us from that experience, but there's also the distractions of the world that take us out of that experience. And one of the things that I always go back to is when there was the tidal wave in Thailand, why was it that all the animals knew before the wave to get out of the way, but humans didn't? We've let not just our physical senses deaden, but we've also let our invisible senses that we were born with deaden. And for me, it's about finding practices, and there isn't one practice that's better than another, but finding practices that give you the experience of waking up physically to your body as your home and experiencing the beauty of life instead of, oh no, it's another day and here are all the challenges I have to face. And so that's just a distraction. And how do we open up our invisible senses so that we're talking to the animals and the plants like shamans did for 100,000 years, and everything that's alive. And that's a continual journey, and that's something that I had as a kid. I would come home from school and I would sing to the same tree in front of my house every day for about an hour, and I would lie out. I lived in Brooklyn, so we're not talking about having to be in nature, live in the suburbs or in the country to connect with nature, and I would lie out on the ground every night and sing to the moon. I always had that experience of beauty, and it's more been remembering that throughout my life as different traumas and experiences happen to me. And I think that's part of the journey that we're all on together, is remembering that we're here in a body, and what a gift that is. For so many people, that hasn't been a gift, and it is time to remember that.
I think a lot of people think about waking up as some type of experience, as in the near-death experiences you described, leaving their body. They're not in their body anymore. They're in this spirit world that is out of the body. So I think what you're saying is very interesting. Can you try to address that paradox, if you will?
Yeah. I actually thought about this a lot before, when I was originally invited to be on this program, because honestly, I know that you have some great speakers, and I was trying to figure out what is some profound thing I can say about my numinous experiences of waking up, because of the near-death experiences and the numinous experiences I had as a teenager. And as I sat and reflected on it, it was like, what waking up really is to me is waking up to being in a body. And yes, it is very powerful for us to remember our connection, that we are spirit, where it's about bridging all of it so that we are a body, we have this personality that goes through this adventure of life, so that our soul continues to grow and evolve, but yet we're spirit. And what people experience in their near-death experiences that are, being written about today and become very popular in mainstream culture, is that, yes, we're part of spirit and oneness and unconditional love and unconditional light. And as I said in the beginning, that's part of the paradox of what we're experiencing, because we have to be able to remember our spiritual nature. So part of my work is teaching people how to travel within and to experience their inner sunlight, their inner starlight, so that they radiate that light into the world, because we are walking stars on this planet, and part of our role in being in service to ourselves and the rest of life is to be a light in the world and remember our spiritual nature. But if you're only remembering your spiritual nature, if that's your only goal, and if you're just trying to get out of here because you're hearing about these amazing experiences of what it's like to go back to source again and transcend, then what's the use? Because we're not bridging that knowledge into being a human. So for me, it's all about bridging. It's about bridging the numinous and remembering I am a light. I am a being of unconditional love, and I am radiance, and I am a star, and I am the sun. And to be that in the world and not get so distracted by all the things we get distracted with in our culture. But how do we bridge that into, I also came here to be a body this time around. And what an amazing experience to have those senses. When you're in spirit form, and from a shamanic point of view, we work with compassionate spirits who help and guide us. And when you have a near-death experience, you don't touch anymore. You don't smell anymore. You don't taste anymore. That's part of being in a body. And so that's why we came. One of the reasons we came here is to learn how to manifest spirit into form. And I think that's something that we've forgotten, and that's something that we need to wake up to, of what an amazing experience to be a spirit who has a body. and can manifest form on this earth and can appreciate the beauty of senses and can communicate with everything that's alive.
Now, when you talk about being a star or having the light of the sun inside, I'm wondering, how could you point in this moment, right here, right now, to what you're calling the numinous, to somebody who's listening and they say, yeah, I can touch my hand and kind of feel that it has a miraculous quality to it, but I'm not quite sure I'm tracking with Sandy all the way in her description of this numinous nature that we are. Can you point to it right now for the listener?
Well, what I tell people to do is to lie or sit down and put on some nice, relaxing music and to just imagine dropping inside and use your imagination. Our imagination is a great gift, and it's how we do actually manifest spirit into form is through our imagination. And with your imagination, to just drop within and experience yourself as a star, merging with a star, and let that light start to flow throughout your body and experience it flowing throughout the world. And then after about 15 minutes or so, and most of the people who I teach this to, and it's many thousands, do get that experience of light, and then go outside and take a walk. And all of a sudden, everything seems more alive. There's a waking up. You can start to see the vibration of the trees, and some people even start to hear the trees singing. Everything that's alive sings. Green takes on a different meaning. When you look into people's faces, you can actually see something beyond what your ordinary eyes see. So when people just take a few minutes, it's just a few minutes, and don't disconnect from that light and go outside and take a walk, something happens. There's a waking up, there's an aliveness, and you start to see energy flowing in a different way than when we allow our senses to be deadened. Does that make any sense?
It does. It's beautiful. The one question I have is, let's say someone's listening and they say, okay, so I start by using my imagination. And right there, Sandy, I'm not with you. I mean, come on. If I'm using my imagination, then it's just my imagination. That's not really waking up. That's me, just playing games with myself.
Yeah. And that's, again, where cultural conditioning has come in to stop a waking up process for us. Our social conditioning really blocks our potential and our possibilities because we were born with the gift of imagination. And so from a shamanic perspective, everything that we're imagining, it's through our imagination, through our daydreams and our thoughts and our words. That's actually how we call down from the invisible realms. We pull down from the invisible realms the energies that manifest form. And so it is about breaking through our social conditioning and expanding our understanding of what the word imagination is. Imagination is every thought that you have, every word that you say, and every daydream that you have. So put your attention, if imagination is a trigger in some way, then just put your intention and your attention as you lie down and listen to some music to go within, and with intention, experience your inner light, because intention is everything. If you lie down and hold the intention that you want to experience your inner starlight, intention manifests into action, and that's exactly what will happen. I just like the word imagination because in my near-death experiences and in my numinous experiences, I did see that we're using our imagination all the time to create form in this world.
Now, I'm curious on the other end of the spectrum, if you will, a listener who says, look, Sandy, I'm right with you. I know what you mean by this inner light. But one of the big confusions or disappointments for me has been, I've felt that, I know what you mean, but, my life is still all kind of messed up. There's so many problems in my life. That inner starlight, if you will, hasn't solved my relationship problems or my career problems or other challenges I face. I thought it would. I thought it would solve everything. What would you say to that person?
Well, there's a couple of responses that I would say to that person. One is that's part of the experience of being human, is going through the challenges that we go through. If you look at nature, anything that stops growing dies. And so growth, and in nature, oftentimes plants and other nature beings are challenged before they can grow into the beauty that they are. If you look at any garden, oftentimes before a plant blooms, there's a challenge that happens. And in shamanism, there's the teaching about initiation, where you go through a huge challenge, you let your spirit carry you through, and there's the rebirth that happens at the end. So part of life is not about not having these challenges, because the challenges help us grow. And what I learned when my father was dying, and I just adored my father, I was heartbroken, literally heartbroken. And what I realized is when my heart broke, my heart expanded. And ever since he died, I have a greater capacity to be present in the world from a place of love, and also understand that I have all the tools to wake up every day and face my relationship problems and my career problems. And every single challenge that life brings to me, I feel stronger because of that experience in my tools and my ability to face anything. And so I think that those challenges really help us to get stronger. And at the same time, part of our social conditioning and what we're being asked to wake up to is that we do have more of a potential as humans that we're not using, of how to reframe our thoughts and our words and our daydreams. When you look at the challenges that are have manifested into your life, go back and reflect on when you sit on the bus and when you're driving and when you're going to work. What are you daydreaming about? And how can you start to work with your daydreams? And in shamanic journeying, I actually have people journey into their daydreams to see what they're daydreaming about throughout the day. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why these challenges are oftentimes happening in their life, because they were more daydreaming about the problems and the worst things that could happen instead of the beauty and stepping into a dream of what I would like to create while on this earth adventure as a human being. So again, there's the paradox of we do have potential to create a certain amount of change in our life through working with what we're daydreaming into being, and at the same time understanding part of our adventure is going through the challenges that help us grow and evolve. And that's waking up when you realize you actually have the tools to face everything that's coming.
Now, I'm also imagining, Sandy, someone who's listening who thinks, look, Sandy had 3 near-death experiences, including being struck by lightning. Nothing like that's ever happened to me. There's no way I'll really be able to experience this depth of spiritual awakening without, a risky near-death experience, not something you want to try at home. But you know what I'm saying. Sandy's in a different category. She was struck by lightning. She's had these near-death experiences. This is just kind of out of reach for me.
Well, I'm just another human being on the planet, and I've gone through all the challenges. My near-death experiences, except giving me a goal of bridging more of spirit into my ordinary life, hasn't done anything special for me. And I've trained thousands and thousands of people through of just doing simple practices of going within and experiencing their light, or so you don't have to even practice shamanic journeying, because this is something that we can all do, and then adding maybe a little bit of toning or sound to expand that vibration of O, Ah, E. And it's been amazing to me. I mean, I've been tracking this for 20 years. I started teaching people how to go in and experience their light for over 20 years now, and it's amazing. I mean, I can't make any promises, because we all have to do our preparation work to let go of our ordinary day and thoughts and concerns before we do this, but it's amazing, the reports of people having numinous experiences, and it doesn't have to be drug-induced. You don't have to go down to the jungle and take ayahuasca, and you don't have to have a near-death experience or have a spiritual awakening and a meditation experience. There are really simple practices that you can do, and if you don't have it the very first time, we live in a culture of I want it now. I want instant awakening. I chose 10 o'clock in the morning on Monday to have an instant awakening. So it doesn't work like that. This is a practice that you can try on a daily or once a week. And I know if you go in and take that time to merge with an inner star or an inner sun, or experience a flame of light growing inside of you, I just haven't heard about experiences of people who at some point don't touch a numinous place. Not every day. I don't touch it every day when I do this work for myself, but there are days, and you can put on, there's just a wealth of mind-expanding music out there right now that can take you so deep into that place. If you just take a little bit of time to do it, people will touch that numinous space without having a near-death experience.
Okay, one final question, Sandy. You keep coming back to this word numinous, and I know your new book is called Walking in Light. And I wonder if you can just share with us what the word numinous means, and in relationship to that, this idea of light, and why light is so central and important to you.
Well, numinous to me is experiencing myself beyond my body and my mind, who I am beyond my skin and my mind, and experiencing myself one with the creative forces of the universe, or the Creator, or in my case, God. I'm a very religious person, and in my experiences, I experienced what I call a being that I call God. It had no form. God had no form, but it was this light, just an unbelievable radiant light that was beyond anything I had experienced in this life. And to experience myself as one with every being on this planet, where we're just one spirit here having this earth adventure together, and an experience of such love, just completely unconditional love that's beyond any personality. It's just love, and it's not attached to an outcome or what am I going to get or what am I going to give. It's just letting that love and light flow. And why this has been so important to me is through a series of different experiments that we've done in workshops and my own dreams, things that have come through my own dreams and my own shamanic journeys, we've actually been able to show a change of toxic substances coming back to a place of health when people gather in a circle and just radiate light and love. We don't send prayers. We don't try to change a substance or a person who's experiencing an illness. We just experience, we go beyond who we are, our skin and our mind, and we experience our light and just let that radiate. A star in the night sky doesn't try to shine. The sun doesn't try to shine. It's an effortless process. And we just have so many case studies, and I wrote up a really fascinating one in Walking in Light about a man who had a stroke and who had gained his speech and mobility back again through a practitioner working over time, again, not looking for a miraculous cure, but over time, just being in a room with him and radiating light. And there's so many case studies where we've shown incredible results with people and with the environment when we wake up to the light that we are, and where the healing process is a process of being instead of doing. And that's, to me, that's a real waking up spiritually, is when we realize that we can heal and change the world through our presence and also letting go of outcomes at the same time, which is another paradox and a whole other conversation.
I just have to tease out one thing you said, which was that when you experienced God as light, that there was no form, but that you did experience God as a being. That's what you said. I thought that was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went to, this was such an incredible experience for me. I got shot out of my body, and I experienced myself as this being standing in front of pure radiance. It was a light that was brighter than any light that I've seen on this earth. And I just stood in front of this radiance. I was aware of myself standing in front of this radiance. And that radiance did not recognize me as Sandra Ingerman, as a person to love or a person to shine upon. I was just in its presence, and it was pure love, and it was radiant light, and I was just in its presence, and I was changed forever by being in its presence.
Very beautiful. Sandy, thank you so much for being part of this series on waking up. What does it really mean? Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thanks, Tammy, and thanks. I always have to say thank you for the brilliant work you and Sounds True are doing to help all of us wake up and be more conscious at this time on our earthly adventure together.
Waking Up is available as a free series from Sounds True for a short time only. We're celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. Beyond the short time that it's available, if you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/wakingup. SoundsTrue.com, many voices, one journey. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? A series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features Richard Rohr, a Franciscan priest and international speaker who is the founding director of the Center for Action and Contemplation in his hometown of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Richard is also a regular contributor to Sojourners magazine and the author of more than 30 books, audios, and DVDs, including a book called The Naked Now. With Sounds True, Richard has available several audio programs, including a program called The Art of Letting Go. Richard Rohr, welcome. I'm so happy to get this chance to talk with you.
It's wonderful to connect again. Thank you.
I want to begin our conversation asking you this question, the same question I'm asking to each guest in this series, which is, how do you understand spiritual awakening?
Well, I'm just going to dive in. I'm not sure the best words are necessarily going to come to my mouth, but I'll try. Let me say this, that it's when the invisible world becomes as real as the visible. When the inner life of things is as alive as the outer appearance of things. And when that happens, they all connect with one another, it seems. So it becomes a seeing that connects everything. And once that begins to happen, I don't think that it necessarily always happens in one moment. It probably doesn't. If it does, it still has to deepen. But it's a natural connectivity with the depth of things, with the meaning of things, which finally becomes the goodness of things. It's invariably not an experience that is negative, but quite the contrary.
I'm curious, in your own life, Richard, was there a moment that you could say, oh, that was my first moment of spiritual awakening?
I'd have to say there were several. I think one reason I became a Franciscan, a priest so young, was I can remember moments as a little boy. I grew up in Kansas, in the backyard, standing alone in the living room looking at the Christmas tree. I mean, sort of maybe seemingly sentimental kind of moments, but where I already then knew that life had meaning, good meaning, and I was a part of it. Now, I wouldn't have verbalized it that way, but I remember the feeling as a boy that I knew a secret, and I wondered why everybody else didn't seem to see things that way. Now, that significantly deepened because I had grown. When I was a 19-year-old Franciscan novice in 1961, I think I was trying very hard to be perfect, which was the Catholic false spirituality at that time, putting far too much emphasis upon your own effort, worthiness, purity, achievement. And boy, I was going to do it. And I can remember being alone in the chapel. I mean, again, it's sort of classic Catholic way of talking. But where that whole worldview, which was just tying me up, it didn't make me love God or reality. It made me navel gaze. How perfect am I today? And there was a moment, I would still know the exact spot I was kneeling, and I just felt chains flew in all directions, where I knew that whoever was loving me, whoever this source of love was, it was infinite, it was trustworthy, it was for me, It was for everybody. And that's certainly what drove me then to stay inside the community, and I just relished my studies of philosophy that followed after that, and then theology, because it all became different language and vocabulary to validate what I had experienced.
Now, you mentioned, Richard, that even if someone has a very huge sudden awakening, that there's still a deepening process. And I'm curious to know, do you think there's any end to awakening, where someone is now an awakened person, in the past tense, that person's awakened, they're done?
I would almost say by definition it can't be, because if mystery is infinite, which the nature of the universe seems to say, then I think growth is by definition infinite. And so I would, I remember our old Christian language was, heaven is the beatific vision, sitting there looking at God for all eternity. And, that was a nice invitation and pleasing in some ways. But now I would much more call it infinite growth, that there is no end to our capacity for realization, which is largely falling deeper into love. It would have to be, I would think. So no, I think that static language is not helpful, as if there are enlightened people and totally unenlightened people. It's all a matter of degree, I think.
Now, what do you think might be unique about the Christian perspective on spiritual awakening?
I talk about this in my last book, Eager to Love, which is particularly on Franciscan mysticism. And I believe that the Christian doctrine of the Trinity creates a foundation for a kind of mysticism that is very pleasing to almost all religions if we wouldn't use our specifically Christian language. Now, our Christian vocabulary, as I'm sure you know, is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, which is certainly chronologically limited language. It's sexist language, gives people the impression God is masculine, and that God is a person in the way we understand a person. But the genius of the Christian doctrine of the Trinity is that what we call Father, perhaps other traditions would call formless mysticism, or transpersonal divine experience. What we call the Son, or Jesus, or the Christ, would be the personal. And I think the vast majority of people, at least in the Christian, Judeo-Christian West, would very often begin their journey with the personal. Persons love persons and are allured and attracted by the I-thou relationship that personhood seems to allow. But then we have what we've called the Holy Spirit, which would be the impersonal. At this point in my life, I'm 71 now. I'm looking out my window this very moment at a pear tree, bare now for winter, in my front yard. And all of these seemingly impersonal things can deeply speak to me of God. And I can rest in them and enjoy them and draw sustenance from them. But I know if I'd talk that way to a typical Sunday go-to-meeting Christian, they'd dismiss that as, I don't know what they'd dismiss it as, but what I'm saying, I hope this isn't too long an answer, but I think we Christians overplayed the Jesus card, if I can put it that way. It was all this personal, and it became too sweet, and unbelievable in some cases. And really, the formless mysticism, or the transpersonal, and the impersonal that we call the Holy Spirit, those were really not developed, even though we have the avenues by which to develop it. So it's both good and bad. We've got the foundation for Christian awakening on all three levels, but most Christianity has not been highly Trinitarian at all. It's been Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And I'm not trying to put down Jesus, of course, but we pull Jesus out of the Trinity, where God is a verb, God is a dynamism, God is a communion, God is a community of relationship. And then we had to prove why Jesus was necessary to save the world, and it all got out of proportion, I think. So I hope that is some kind of response.
And by understanding your description of the Trinity and the way that you're offering it here, how do you think that would help Christians approach spiritual awakening?
Well, I think it would broaden their ability to see and to listen. And basically what it does, it breaks down the distinction between the sacred and the secular. If God is, like the metaphors we used for Holy Spirit, descending dove, flowing water, fire, these allow you to experience the holy everywhere and all the time. It's not a churchy notion of God at all. So I just think it blows the field wide open. And so much that early Christians have dismissed as pagan or nature mysticism or New Age, or they didn't know what they were doing. They were actually closing a lot of doors by which God could have revealed love to them and life to them. So I predict that if Christianity is going to grow up, and it will, the next century has to be a rediscovery of a Trinitarian mysticism. Now, the irony is that you see this much more in the first 1,000 years of the church. You see it as late as Julian of Norwich in the 14th century, still very Trinitarian. But after the Protestant Reformation, we got into all of our food fights with one another. We pretty much got trapped in dualistic thinking, and dualistic thinking cannot comprehend the principle of three, which is always dynamic, in movement, and non-dual, of course.
Now, one of the things that you write in The Naked Now, right in the beginning of the book, that I thought was so beautiful, you were talking about finding God, spiritual awakening, if you will, and you wrote, it's not actually about finding something, but instead about being found. And I wonder if you can talk more about this idea of being found, and how could somebody make themselves more visible, if you will, if we're playing hide and seek? How can I make it easier to be found?
Of being found, yeah. That is the language of so many of our greatest saints, that after it has happened, whatever the happening is, you always know you did not initiate it. You think you did, or you are seeking it beforehand. But afterwards, you always know that it came as an uprush, a downrush from beyond, and that you didn't achieve it, attain it. You're not worthy of it. In fact, worthiness is no longer even a question. That language is so consistent in Christian mysticism. That's why I probably said it that way. It's always an experience of being gazed upon, being received, and and all you're doing is receiving the gaze, allowing yourself to be accepted. And that's what gets you into the great lover and beloved mysticism that characterized most of the Catholic mystics. As you know, it almost takes on an erotic language. And yet they're never limited to that language either. They can use, you just start being flooded with metaphors if you stay on the journey.
And so then this idea that I want to be found, I want to allow myself to be received. I mean, there's obviously there's a paradox here. How do I, effort towards letting go? Well, what's your sense of this?
Yeah, you're using the right word. It is such a paradox. It's who of us, and I think sexuality is such a marvelous lesson in this. Who of us doesn't love to be desired? That's just at the heart of the human person, for someone to admire me, desire me. And I think that just sets us up for this same dynamic with God. Although when it happens, it's sort of unbelievable. How could infinity, which is the way most people have defined God, want this little bit of finitude that I am? And yet that is the explosive experience. So, the quote I'm sure you've heard many times from Meister Eckhart, the eyes by which we look back at God are the same set of eyes by which God first looked at us. That's when you complete the circuit and you know that it's all being done to you. But your yes to that being done, that undergoing, is crucial. Now, in the Catholic world, as you probably know, Mary became the symbol of that. I think largely on the unconscious level. But you can't explain how already by the 2nd, 3rd century, the Eastern Church, the Western Church have just fallen in love with Mary. And, many people said, well, how did she get into the picture? The Protestants didn't like Mary very much. But I think this is what was happening archetypally. If Christ was the archetype of the gift that God gives, Mary became the human symbol. She was the stand-in for us. And she was the symbol or the archetype of how the gift is received. And her yes, her let it be, was deemed necessary for the first incarnation, as we would put it. And I think for the same incarnation, acceptance in us. Maybe it's minor, but that little yes is absolutely central. In other words, God doesn't come uninvited or unwanted.
Now, Richard, early in this conversation, you talked about experiences you had when you were a young person, as a teenager, of initial experiences of awakening. And you also mentioned here you are at 71. And I'm curious, in your own life experience, if you would describe that you've gone through stages, if you will,
yes,
of deepening, and how you would describe those stages.
Well, let me try. That old line, 3 steps forward, 2 steps backward. That first comes to mind, that there have been marvelous moments along the way where I felt I fell into it again. And I'd say to myself, Richard, don't ever forget this moment or this feeling or this experience. And I'd fill several pages of journal to try to hold on to it. And then, darn it, 6 months later, I'd be right back into ego and taking myself too seriously and nursing hurts, and I'd shake myself, or someone would shake me, and say, how could you have ever forgotten? Now, one of the greatest graces, and more allowed by my life because I'm not married, I don't have children, and part of the Franciscan tradition was the hermit part of our life. I live in a little cottage here by myself now. But I really, starting in 1985, when the monks at Gethsemane, where Merton was, invited me, I'd given them a retreat, and they invited me to use the hermitage if I wanted. I started doing either the period of Lent or the days after Easter in a more intense solitude. And without any doubt, Tammy, those, I sometimes choke up even when I think of several of those. They were just larger than life. I don't mean it was 40 days of bliss, ninny delight, but again and again, in those longer periods of solitude, it all became very real. And that's where I wrote most of my good books, were out of that period of deeper realization. But I want to repeat that even as wonderful as many of those times were, even after those, I would find myself sometimes just a week later getting back in the fray of emotions, relationships, taking offense, taking control, and saying, my God, Richard, you're still just a beginner, so don't think you're a holy man. And I almost wonder if that 3 steps forward, 2 steps backward isn't necessary to keep you grounded, so you know it's all gift and that you're still a human being. That's certainly been my journey.
You know, it's interesting. I was reading The Naked Now in preparation for this conversation, and there were a couple of things that really stuck out for me. And here's one. You wrote, Jesus, unlike almost any other religious founder, found God in disorder and imperfection. Yeah. And as you're talking about 3 steps forward, 2 steps backward, I'm thinking about that because I think a common idea that people have about spiritual awakening and someone like yourself who's written so many beautiful books is that this person is living in some state of, perfection, perfect harmony.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, and I think, that's a great ego temptation to imagine that's true. Paul in Corinthians uses the metaphor of a thorn in the flesh to keep me from getting proud. Now, there have been all kind of people trying to figure out what his thorn in the flesh was. But I think we need something very humiliating on a regular basis to keep us grounded, to keep us aware that we're participating in something much bigger than ourselves, but we are just a part of that participation. And I'm so glad you noticed that passage, because that for me is the meaning of the wounded hands of Christ, that we come to God through our wounds. And for me, that's the heart of the Christian transformative message, which it seems to me only a small percentage of Christianity has ever got it. Because the ego sent us on a different path of pretending we were perfect, right, correct, certain, and it created a kind of arrogance that much of the world does not find attractive, nor should it. Because it isn't the real coin.
It brings up this question for me, which is, how do you understand the relationship between spiritual awakening and suffering? Because I think related to what we're talking about, there's also this idea that, once I become an awakened person, like these great people I admire, then I won't suffer anymore.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how this issue of suffering just, I mean, every conference I've ever given, it's always in the question and answer section, because it's simply at the heart of the human experience. And I don't know if I said that in the Naked Now book, but my definition of suffering is whenever you're not in control. It's very simple, so you can't make it something grandiose, lying on a bed of nails or something. It's whenever I'm not perfectly in control. At some level, I'm suffering. Now, there's many degrees of that. And it seems to me suffering, what I call in another book necessary suffering, is the only way that we're going to give up ego control, is when we're not in control. And so I think it's necessary for the human journey to find that I don't have to be in control, to be happy, to be free, or to be in love. So, the Buddha said it, as you know, life is suffering. The crucified Jesus is the most graphic image of the necessity of human suffering you could have. So Christianity puts this right at the center, even though we made it into some kind of transaction that Jesus had to do to save the world, which, forgive me, but I think that largely missed the point, making it into a transaction instead of a message of where love eventually leads you. And we projected the whole transaction onto Jesus instead of recognizing he was inviting us into a transformation. So suffering is central. Thank you for having the courage to bring it up.
And there was something you said in The Naked Now that I didn't understand that I'm hoping you can illuminate for me. Hope and union are the same thing.
Oh.
Do you remember saying that? Do you remember writing that?
So well. Well, see, I don't think, now if this doesn't help, come back at me. I don't think you hope unless you've already begun to taste a little bit of it, and you want more of it. So that little bit of rightness, goodness, pleasure, peace, is so good that, of course, you desire more of it. And that's what I suspect I was trying to say when I wrote that you're already united to some degree with what you are seeking, or you wouldn't seek it. So, does that make sense?
It does. And what I'm imagining, though, is a listener who has hope. That's why they're listening to all of these discussions about spiritual awakening. And at the same time, though, they have a sense of lack. They have a sense of, I'm hopeful here. I have a taste of this. Seems to come and go. Seems like Richard and some of these other presenters have something I don't. I feel a sense of lack.
Yeah. Well, that's the divine allure. And I think that's the way we're drawn forward, by an insatiable dissatisfaction. Even when we think we've got it, we want more of it. And that's good. Yeah.
Okay, Richard, I'm going to end our conversation. You can comment on this, but I want to read what I thought was just an unbelievably beautiful passage from The Naked Now. And I have to tell you, I haven't read out loud from anyone else's books as part of the series, but I have to read this. So here you go.
Oh, I'm so honored. I can't wait to hear which one it is.
Yeah, so here we go. When you are ready, you will be both underwhelmed and overwhelmed at the boundless mystery of your own humanity. You will know you are standing under the same waterfall of mercy as everybody else and receiving an undeserved radical grace, which gets to the root of everything. Without that underlying experience of God as both abyss and ground, it is almost impossible to live in the now, in the fullness of who I am, warts and all, and almost impossible to experience the presence that paradoxically always fills the abyss and shakes the ground.
Wow, thank you. You obviously were ready to understand it. Thank you. That's beautiful.
That last sentence in particular.
Is that toward the end of the book?
No, actually, it's in the beginning of the book. And
it's in the beginning. Oh, that's
It's in
good.
the beginning. It's that line that I love the most, that fills the abyss and shakes the ground. It's just so beautiful. Richard, thank you so much for being part of our series. Waking Up is available as a free series for a short time only in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. And if you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/waking up. SoundsTrue.com, many voices, one journey. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? A series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features a leading Western teacher of Buddhist meditation, emotional healing, and spiritual awakening, author and clinical psychologist Tara Brach. Tara is the senior teacher and founder of the Insight Meditation Community of Washington and the author of several Sounds True audio programs, including Radical Acceptance and True Refuge. Tara, welcome.
Hi, Tammy. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Always nice to talk with you, and I'm so glad you're part of this series. I'm going to ask you this initial question, which is the same question I'm asking everyone in this series on Waking Up, what does it really mean? Which is, how do you define, if you will, spiritual awakening?
Well, I guess the words I'd put to it are the experience of waking up from a confined sense of separateness and selfness to realizing the awareness, the love, the aliveness that's really our true nature, the source that's the source of everything. So it's waking up out of that confined narrative of self into that vastness.
And would you say in your own life that there was a moment in time? I mean, some people, when they talk about spiritual awakening, will say, on this day, it was, there was before awakening and after awakening. It was like that. Something happened on this day. Is that your experience?
No. I know you were going to ask a story of our awakening, and I was reflecting on, I know how some people have that dazzling time and it's never again the same for the rest of their lives, and it's been gradual, and I have certain memories of certain times. I mean, my first memory of being more aware of awareness was when I was a teenager in the Blue Ridge Mountains on the Shenandoah Valley, and I remember being struck by beauty. And when I say teenager, like 13, young teen, and really struck by beauty, and then sensing that in those moments that I was in awe, that I wasn't the person I thought I was, that there was just something more, and it was beautiful. And I'd say ever since, there's just been over and over and over again experiences of recognizing some tightness, some contraction, some pain, something that was keeping me smaller, and then by being with it, by being present with it, opening into a presence, a loving, an awareness that was bigger, over and over and over.
Would you say from your own life experience that there's been something that you could call stages of awakening?
In a way, yeah. I kind of am almost imagining it to myself now, Tammy, and I'm not sure if this is how it's gone. Is that often early on, I would be able to wake up out of thoughts and have a kind of incredibly empty, open sense of the whole universe is just arising out of awareness and dissolving, and it totally shook up my sense of that there was a self there, and it never got really well integrated. It was like that experience was there, and I knew it was there, but then I could easily go back into a trance and a story and so on. And yet the work of waking up was going on another level where just emotions would get really intense or painful, and the ground would break from under me, and I'd have to be with myself in a way that was, kinder, and start discovering an innate kindness that was there through that process. So it was kind of these two worlds, one of seeing this radical emptiness and there's nobody here and so on, and another of this just very kind of gradual opening into the body and the heart, and discovering through that opening that loving presence that's more who I am than any story. And what I found in terms of stages is that those two worlds are no longer two separate worlds, that in the process of going in and in and in, what's revealed is that radical emptiness, but it's not dry. It's not just out there, just the universe dissolving and being created, but it's very embodied. It's very enlivening. And I'd like to give you an example of that, of the more coming together that
Sure.
feels more recent.
Sure.
And because I was thinking, I don't have like a story like one time, 40 years ago, but I do have a story of a couple of weeks ago that struck me as really kind of what's been happening more. And that is this is a very dear friend that for decades and decades we've been close, and we have a pattern where she wants more time from me than I want to give, and so the routine is that she feels hurt and not valued, and then I feel angry that she feels that way because it makes me feel bad about myself, and then I want to pull back more, and so we kind of cycled. And what's happened over the years is that when a block comes up, when there's a tightness, more and more awareness goes to that and wants to unravel it. So I was attending to the anger and to the pulling back feeling. First she should be different, and then I kind of, whenever I have a judgment, my process is to say, well, if I didn't believe in that story, what would I have to feel? And under that anger, there was a sense of I should be different, And so then the process is quite clear and simple of just opening into the place in me that feels not okay. And this is a process I've done for years, into that kind of sinking, painful separateness, that something's wrong feeling. And what I'm more and more discovering is that as I go in and in with gentleness, really experiencing the sensations, there's a discovering of the space that's interior to the sensation. So it's not like a sense of going out of myself. It's like going into the form and into the form. There's this interior space that is incredibly tender. And when I touch into that, I could start sensing the grief that was there, the grief about how any anger blocks love, because awareness is always seeking the block. So I could sense that, and then there was a deeper surrendering. And in that, there was a discovery of this loving awareness that was incredibly open and still and silent. And again, the universe was pouring out of that stillness and dissolving back into it, but it was very, very embodied. It was a very juicy and alive. And that was the difference between the early days when I'd see through concepts and there would be this awakening but to emptiness, but it wasn't embodied. So those, in terms of stages, it feels much more embodied emptiness. And the sense of there's nothing wrong is very cellular when I'm awake in that way.
I'm curious if the way you view meditation and how you actually practice meditation in your life has changed as your relationship to spiritual awakening has evolved through these stages, if you will.
Yeah, it has. Earlier on, because that sense of emptiness was more compartmentalized, I was doing a lot more in the meditation. I was more identified as a self that was meditating and trying to make something happen. And the more there's an embodiment and a sense of that the reality I seek is not something out there, it's what I am, it's right, it's right here. More the intention has been just a surrendering presence, just a letting be, just a noticing of where there's tightness or contraction and opening. It's not so much doing, and so that would be the shift. I'm kind of going with what's arising and letting go into it. And I would say that the word surrenders become more important to me, not like a self that's surrendering. It's just almost that when awareness becomes cognizant that there's some sort of a block, that the very warmth and tenderness of presence, that block kind of surrenders itself into the stream again. So, but there is a sense of surrendering, and sometimes there's an intentionality to surrender, and then that has to be surrendered too. So, but that, and often I will the kind of doing, I guess, is a doing to set up non-doing, which is I will call on that awareness that if I'm feeling disconnected, that I know is there, but I'm not connected to, and I kind of envision it as light and warmth and a loving presence that's very close in, right here, and just let it kind of bathe me and then dissolve into it and then rediscover that it's already here. So that's kind of a part of the process too.
So it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tara, but it sounds like your description of spiritual awakening is more like a dawning that continues to happen gradually, a deepening, if you will, in your life. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, and that's beautiful, Tammy. It's a kind of a remembrance or a homecoming that keeps on cycling through in deeper ways, so that there's very little believing in the self-narrative, although there's still enough stickiness that there's a forgetting and a remembering going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious at this point in your life, and especially with your training as a clinical psychologist and working psychotherapeutically with people over the years, how do you view the self? How do you view the self?
Well, it's going to sound a little bit conceptual, but kind of like a patterning of waves of thoughts and emotions and feelings that are woven together in a temporary, recognizable way, and that are as beautiful as anything else. I mean, there are waves in the ocean, and the only difficulty is that awareness identifies with it. But the self is just, it's, that vast, loving awareness that's just presenting itself in a certain kind of rhythm and pattern for a certain period of time. And the way that waking up from that identification is really loving what arises. I mean, I really, truly believe and experience that we love ourselves into freedom. It's awareness loving itself back into itself. so that the expressions of ego and even the grasping and the aversion and the hurtfulness and so on are all contortions and misunderstandings that are asking to be loved back into awareness. So I don't have the ego as some bad enemy out there. It's just part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like thoughts are part of it, just like feelings are part of it.
No, I love this phrase, loving ourselves into freedom, because part of what I wanted to talk with you about was how you see your work with radical acceptance dovetailing with spiritual awakening, how you see it connecting, linking together.
Well, the reason I love the words, the languaging of radical acceptance is that it kind of describes the process of seeing past the illusion that something's wrong. And I think our deepest suffering comes because we move through the world with the sense of something's wrong with me or something's wrong with you. And it makes us unreal to ourselves, because if something's wrong with me, I become an object that's not okay. And if I think something's wrong with you, you become an object. And then we can't see the light and the beauty and the hurt and the confusion. We can't see what's going on. So radical acceptance is this way of putting down that something's wrong notion and just letting what's there be there, just uncovering it so that we can again re-embrace and let that dissolve into the whole. And I use the phrase unreal other a lot because I'm increasingly aware of how when we're in any sense of separate, like if I'm in here and I'm speaking to you out there in Boulder doing an interview and you're other, then you become unreal, and I lose the broader truth of your subjectivity of who's listening is the same consciousness, it's the same beingness. And so I watch a lot how moving through the world we create unreal others, and I can go right to the tragic events of in December of killing of African American men, and sense what is it in our society that makes us so unable to see who's really there. And I've been in my mind, I've been over and over again. There's a quote from the Rwanda Genocide Memorial that says, "If you knew me and you really knew yourself, you would not have killed me." And my sense is that all violence comes from this sense of something's wrong with you or something's wrong with me, making you unreal, making me unreal. So much of the path, whether I'm working in a therapeutic kind of context or teaching or with my husband or with my son, is to sense the contraction that comes when I'm making myself or somebody else unreal, when they're creating a separation. And being with that contraction so it can dissolve, so I can see really who's here.
Now, Tara, I think this statement that you've made that there's nothing wrong is such a powerful one if we really take it in. And I'm curious if you could address that listener who's thinking, spiritual awakening, there's something wrong with me because I don't think I really know what it is. I've been listening to this series, hearing all these different people talk about it. They've got something I don't have, it seems. It seems like there's something wrong with me, at least when it comes to spiritual awakening. What would you say to that person?
I'd say that there's a real difference between what we call wise discrimination and aversive judgment or blame. And wise discrimination might say, wow, there's some people that have found out some things that could be really helpful to me. It doesn't make me wrong. It doesn't make them better or worse. It just, this could be really helpful. There's some yearning in me there's something I sense that there's more possible. That would be wise discrimination. But aversive judgment is when it goes into a place of, and I'm bad or wrong or less than. And that is a deeply conditioned pattern. It's very, very pervasive in our culture. I mean, that's the reason I wrote Radical Acceptance, is because until we can shine a light on how we do that to ourselves, how we make ourselves unreal and less than and unworthy, there's actually no way we can be in love with life and that we can really wake up. That's the actual first step of waking up, is to see how we have kept ourselves in this trance of being small. So I really, a lot of times with radical acceptance, people say, well, what about, if somebody is injuring me, am I supposed to radically accept them? And what we do is we radically accept that this is what's happening in this moment. We open our hearts to not make ourselves wrong or somebody else wrong, but we do everything from recognizing that hurt is happening to take care of ourselves and to create boundaries we need and so on. So again, it's just really discriminating between, what is wise and what we need to look at, but not adding on this kind of aversion of the heart that closes us down.
But you mentioned here that the first step in spiritual awakening is this way of relating to ourselves in a loving way. So let's say someone's listening, and even as they're hearing you now, there's this sense of, but God, there's just this part of me that honestly, I feel a lot of shame about it. It's terrible. I hate it. There we go. And yet I yearn for spiritual awakening. That's why I'm listening to this series.
So then the first step is exactly what this person's doing, which is mindfully, with awareness, recognizing, oh, I am turned on myself. I'm at war with myself. And it's a really wholesome thing to do, just to get that, okay, and also to get that it creates suffering. That if we really look, at what happens when we're turned against ourselves and blaming ourselves, we'll get that we get even smaller, and our behaviors that come out of it are not kind. They're not intelligent. They don't really serve us. So the first step is just to get, okay, it's true. I spend a lot of moments at war with myself, and that causes suffering. And out of that comes a very deep longing to be more gentle and be more kind. In fact, I've done kind of a survey. I often do it right when the new year is kind of people are entering it, and so many people have as a conscious intention to bring more care to themselves, and also know they can get really stuck in self-aversion. So this is, I think, what a lot of us are working with.
Okay, I'm curious, Tara, in your experience, what does spiritual awakening deliver, and what doesn't it deliver? And what I mean by that is I think there's a lot of myths about spiritual awakening. I'm going to be in a bliss state, every moment, every second, and maybe that's true for some people. I'm curious, in your experience, what does spiritual awakening deliver, and what doesn't it deliver?
Well, it doesn't deliver endless bliss. It delivers more awareness of what's actually happening. So sometimes spiritual awakening is for me to realize the rawness that I'm living with, that I've been kind of running from. Sometimes I'm awakening to a loneliness or to a sense of grief that I haven't touched. So it's reality. Spiritual awakening puts us more in touch with the lived reality. And with that, though, there's less identification, because it means being in touch with the reality without the story of a self owning it or that it's happening to a self. So the more I feel awake, the more I'm in touch with the waves but not defined by them. So what that means is more feeling of aliveness and often rawness, more quick to recognize when I've contracted. I find that there's less and less lag time when I'm caught in a story of that I'm telling myself about myself, and more dedication or intentionality about waking up. I find that the more that we wake up, the more we're in love with waking up, because we're getting to inhabit more the truth of what we are. So the yearning and the intentions there, and it doesn't even feel as much like it's my yearning as awareness is yearning and calling me home, I also find a lot more gratitude, just a lot more wonder and gratitude. Again, it's not a sense of a self that is gotten somewhere as much as there's almost more of a just sense of wide-eyed, I feel like I know less in a way, I'm more standing in the mystery. So that when I was younger, I had more of a kind of certainty about me, and it's less and less there. There's more trust, but less certainty, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And what about intimate relationships? Do you feel that spiritual awakening has an impact on how we are in our intimate relationships, or do you think developing the skills of being in intimate relationships is actually a different kind of learning, unrelated to spiritual awakening?
It's intrinsic. I feel like spiritual awakening is becoming intimate with everything, and that it shines a light on where we're not. And we start seeing more and more clearly, again, where we're creating separation, where our stories, even the most subtle stories of being a meditator or a spiritual person, get in the way. And I've seen many people get caught in the kind of a shadow of a spiritual path where in some way they compartmentalize and don't pay attention to the places of vulnerability they're absolutely necessary to open to. Like, it doesn't fit into their narrative as a spiritual person, and therefore really avoid intimacy with others. For me, it's since I got married about 10 years ago, later in life, it's been very humbling because I'm more and more honest, and that means I'm more and more facing all the little ways that I am not being generous, or little ways that I'm in some way feeling more important than my husband, and therefore things need to go my way, or all the little parts of the patterning that aren't so pleasant, and yet there's a real kind of zest I have for really looking at them, because there's so much aliveness when we are present with that domain. So, you can't, inseparable, the process of relationship and spiritual awakening.
Now, again, Tara, your description of what spiritual awakening means to you as this deepening process in homecoming, I think that's probably very accessible to a lot of people. People, that makes sense to me. I think what's more mysterious often to people is when they hear stories of spiritual teachers who have had these sudden, massive transformations, different, bam, in one moment. And I'm curious what you make of that. What's your understanding of that, individuals who undergo that kind of transformation?
I trust that that's possible too, that things happen in different ways. Just the way nature, if you look at outside weather and nature patterns in different geographies, some geographies are more dramatic or change more quickly than others, and but I don't understand the dynamics, like why some psyches and bodies would have such a radical breaking open and others would be more gradual.
What would you say to someone who has a kind of comparing mind, if you will, either about their own experience in comparison or comparing different kinds of geography?
That causes suffering. And we all do it, and to watch it and notice the suffering it causes. I feel like the greatest gift we can give each other is just to be a mirror, to kind of in some way remind each other of what we see. So I tried, if there's anything I love doing with others, it's both this capacity to kind of pass the mask and see how each and each in their own ways is unfolding. And I mentioned I take polls sometimes because I teach a weekly class, and one of the polls I took was, asking how many people sensed that that their consciousness was awakening. And everybody raised their hand. And so I think we all sense that this is happening, that consciousness is waking up through these bodies and minds, but then we get snagged when we start assuming it's supposed to have a certain appearance and look a certain way.
Mm-hmm. And interestingly, my final question, I think, relates to the poll that you just mentioned that you did of your students, which is, do you have the sense that it's true that more and more people are waking up, that it's not just a myth?
Yeah, I do. And, maybe that's just the version of evolution and reality that is most appealing to me. But there's something, it's like for a long time I kept asking myself, well, am I believing in loving presence just because I want that to be the essence? Why couldn't it just be a neutral blank universe? And I decided that the love in me wants to believe in love. And if it's in me, this love and this yearning for love, it's everywhere because there's nothing about me that's not the universe. And that's my way of logicking it. But Tammy, I guess that's my deep intuition is that the whole unfolding of evolution, this web of life is unfolding, and awareness is realizing itself through this evolving web of life, and that it's happening in all sorts of ways through what we call these individual selves, and we're getting to behold it. And and we also get very fixated on the stuckness, and there's a lot of pain and suffering in that, and the pain and suffering draws our attention in ways that then seem to, over time, allow many of us, and it may be over lifetimes for some, to deepen attention, and again, awareness wakes up more. So those are kind of grand terms, but I also know that because of what I teach and what I do, that I'm working in fields of people that are really into this stuff. So I'm aware of that also. And it's amazing what's going on in the society right now. I mean, it's amazing how many organizations and how many institutions and how many parts of this world are interested in and open to training the attention so that we can wake up more. I mean, just like it's really happening. So that's where I feel the most hope. It really does give me hope, and it's fun to be involved with it.
Tara, thank you for being part of our series on waking up. What does it really mean? Thank you so much. The loving presence in me loves and trusts the loving presence that believes in the loving presence in you. I think I got that right.
I love hearing that. Thank you, dear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Waking Up is available as a free series for a short time only in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. If you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/waking up. SoundsTrue.com, many voices, one journey. And thanks again, Tara, for adding your voice. Thank you. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? A series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features one of the most influential and widely read American philosophers of our time, Ken Wilber. Ken has written and lectured about mysticism, philosophy, ecology, and developmental psychology. His work formulates what he calls integral theory, a school of philosophy that ascertains that evolution is not limited to the exterior forms of reality, but is also evident in the historical development of the interior aspects, namely in culture and consciousness. Ken's books include A Brief History of Everything, A Theory of Everything, and Integral Spirituality. Which sounds true, Ken has created the audio series Cosmic Consciousness and an audio program and video course on the future of spirituality, why it must be integral. Ken, welcome to our series, Waking Up. What does it really mean?
Oh, my pleasure, Tammy. Wonderful to be here with you.
We're looking at spiritual awakening, and people have so many different definitions, viewpoints, and I'm curious to know, to Ken Wilber, what does spiritual awakening mean?
Well, that's interesting because you can, if you really look at the overall traditions worldwide, you can see several different types of spiritual experience. And they all have certain things in common. They all tend to transcend the individual self and to involve some sort of higher unity state. But the exact nature of that state can tend to vary. And so if you, as kind of a background, if you realize that many of the traditions maintain that we have 4 or 5 major states of consciousness. And in Vedanta and Vajrayana, for example, they're the waking state, the dream state, the deep dreamless state, the what's called Turiya, which in Sanskrit literally means the fourth, as in after waking, dreaming, deep sleep. The fourth state is pure witnessing or pure awareness, transpersonal, infinite, all aware, all penetrating. And then the fourth, Turiyatita, means, the fifth one, Turiyatita, means beyond the fourth. And so that's where a sense of being a pure witness disappears, and you're simply one with everything that's arising, moment to moment. And it's sometimes called unity consciousness or non-dual reality. And so you can have peak experiences in any of these dimensions. So if you have a peak experience in the subtle or dream state, and the dream state isn't experienced only in dream, it just means the state that transcends the rational, analytic, egoic, daily waking state. But this also occurs in many states of meditation. It's said to be the state that the bardo occurs in, or the state you're in rebirth, from between one death and your next rebirth. But that state tends, if you have a peak experience there, you'll tend to experience a deity form, a great thou. And so you'll have a sense of being one with, or in communion with, or occasionally even identified with this great divine being. If you have an experience in the causal dreamless state, then that's completely formless. And so you'll have an experience of this vast, infinite abyss, this open emptiness, out of which all things are emerging, including the manifest God or goddess. And then if you experience witnessing, then you're simply aware of any of those states as they arise, waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and you're identified with none of them. And so this is a state, Ramana Maharshi referred to this as the I, because it's the big I that's constantly aware of your small I. So if right now if somebody asks you to describe yourself, you sort of look within a bit. You might say, well, I'm this person, and I'm this old, and I weigh this much, and I have this job, and I'm in this relationship, and so on. And so you describe yourself, what you feel, what you see, what you identify as yourself. But these traditions would point out there are actually two selves involved there. There's the self that you're describing, the seen self, and then there's the seer, the self that's actually aware of this smaller self. And that big self, Ramana Maharshi's I, is divine, is transcendental, is one with the ground of all being. And so when you experience that pure state of witnessing that's not identified with any particular manifestation, so I have sensations, but I'm not those sensations. I have feelings, but I'm not those feelings. I have thoughts, but I'm not those thoughts. They're pure witness. They're pure, radical, infinite awareness. And then if you push through that, then a sense of witness will dissolve entirely. You won't have a sense of a separate looker looking at any reality, whether it's a subtle deity or causal formlessness or witnessing, I. You simply will be one with everything that's arising, moment to moment. So you don't look at the mountain, you are the mountain. And you don't feel the earth, you are the earth. And you don't see clouds floating through the sky, you are clouds floating through the sky. And so each of those is experienced as a profound and much greater reality than our typical, normal, ordinary, thinking, egoic self. And there are entire traditions, religious traditions, that are devoted to one of those major types of awakening. Now, generally, if you look at traditions that include several of those, or even in some cases when they include all of them, they'll generally arrange them in that order. In other words, the waking state, also called the gross state, is the lowest, and then the dream state or the subtle state is generally considered deeper, and the causal formless state is deeper yet, and then the pure witness, and then pure non-dual unity. So there is a type of gradation, if you will, that most traditions recognize in these different types of awakening states. And so one of the reasons it can be a little bit confusing is that we can have several different types of dramatically enhanced, much more real, if you were, types of experience. And each of those will appear that we're awakening from the lesser reality of our typical, normal, daily life. And so each of them is sometimes described as a great liberation or an awakening or a waking up or an enlightenment and so on. And there are different types of practices that you can do that will help elicit these different states and different motivations that tend to come out of those states. And so each of those, whether we're looking at a deity mysticism or at a formless mysticism or at a pure awareness mysticism or at a unity mysticism, are real, genuine, experiential states. And people can experience these and have been experiencing these for a considerable amount of time. And all of them bring enormous number of positives in their wake and are profoundly worth cultivating for the enormous benefit and positive shifts in awareness that a person has. And this also includes particularly understanding that one's deepest sense of being, one's deepest self, in any of these experiences is not merely temporal, but is putting you in touch with something that is experienced as eternity. And eternity doesn't mean everlasting temporal duration. It means a point without time. So it means timeless. And this is often experienced as simply a timeless now. And so a lot of practices like simple be here now practices help people get in touch with the timeless present, the timeless now. And that is experienced as all-embracing and radically eternal. And that Zen actually calls that your original face. And one of its koans is, show me your original face, the face you had before your parents were born. And they mean that literally. Because when you get in touch with the timeless now, then you're in touch with that that exists prior to the manifestation of time itself, prior to the manifest universe, prior to the Big Bang. And that's this formless, ever-present awareness that is your deepest and truest self. And so that existed before your parents were born, and that existed before the universe was born. And it exists in this moment right now, if you actually let your awareness rest in the present moment. So Sounds True has had recordings and practices and exercises from all of those. And so it can be a little bit confusing, but only because the reality of the situation is a little bit complicated. It's not just that there's one way of waking up, and then everything else is, illusory or not enlightened or ignorant or so on. There are several different types of waking up experiences. And so that's one of the things that it helps to keep in mind as you're trying to sort this situation out in the first place.
Now, Ken, as you're describing these different states and these different types of spiritual awakening, the question that occurs to me is it possible to live 24/7 in this timeless dimension, the fifth Turiya state of unity? Is that possible? Do humans actually do that?
Well, that, of course, is the claim. And what generally tends to happen is you'll have, quote, your first experience of this timeless dimension. And I put that in quotation marks because when you experience it, you realize it's not really like a typical experience. As a typical experience has a beginning in time and has a middle, it lasts a certain amount of time, and it's full of a certain kind of content, and then it stops. But as you experience this timeless dimension, you realize it's actually been present all along, but you just didn't recognize it. And so that's why this deepest awakening is always referred to as a recognition of an always already truth. You realize that this has been present at every moment of your experience, and even prior to when you were born, because it's prior to time. And so it's an ever-present condition. And when you realize that recognition permeates all states of consciousness. And so you recognize that you have this ever-present state, no matter what your outer experience is. And that includes whether you're waking, dreaming, or in deep sleep. There's still this timeless dimension that is present. So you have that recognition, and when you do, it carries that ever-present realization with it. But then, pragmatically, in a sense, you can fall out of being directly aware of that state. You're still, in a sense, that state still permeates your awareness. You still remember it. It still changes dramatically who you think you are and what you think the nature of reality is, and so on. But there's, in pragmatic terms, the more you practice that, recognizing that state, then the more often you're actually directly in touch with that state. And so there is a subtle difference there, although the initial waking up is one of the really profoundest of all of the moments. That actual recognition can be stretched out to longer and longer periods of time. And so Ramana Maharshi, for example, said something that at one point in my own practice really occupied me for about a year or so as kind of a natural koan. He said, that which is not present in deep dreamless sleep is not real. And even though I'd had several recognition experiences, that one really hit me, because what he was talking about, of course, is this ever-present awareness. And for those who experience it, that continues in not only in the dream state where you lucid dream. In other words, you're dreaming and you know you're dreaming. But it can also continue into the deep dreamless state. And there, no objects are arising, no content is arising, but there's a subtle, tacit recognition of this ever-present awareness. And interestingly, for people that have that experience, if you do a brain scan, an EEG, they're producing a lot of delta waves, which is typical for deep dreamless sleep, but then they're also producing alpha waves, which is typical of waking. And so there seems to be a kind of wakefulness that's present in the deep dream state. The claim of a lot of these traditions is that you can maintain that in an ongoing fashion. And my experience is that it does indeed continue to increase, and that although you have this understanding of this ever-present nature, and that forever changes your relationship to your relative self and to the manifest universe and so on. You really do understand that ground of all being, and you understand that it's always here and that you can't attain it. The Prajnaparamita Sutras, the central sutras in Mahayana Buddhism, for example, constantly state over and over and over again that you understand enlightenment when you understand it's not attainable. It's not attainable because it's already present. So it's literally, the practices for this ever-present state is literally just subtracting stuff until you find what you're already aware of and what you've always been aware of, whether you realized it or not. In one of my root Dzogchen teachers, and Dzogchen is one of the really profound schools of Tibetan Buddhism. His name was Chagatoku. And he used to give retreats, and he was very liberal with his time. He would often keep his bedroom door open, and people would come in to ask him questions. And if you sat in the corner quietly, he'd often let people do that. And so I would sit there and listen to a lot of what the students were doing. And there's a very common experience that tended to happen on several occasions. Somebody would come in and say, "Oh, I've got it. I see it. I just realized, what it's all about. I mean, it came pouring down on me, and it's amazing." And he would always listen to those, and particularly if the student was fairly advanced, he'd always say, "Well, did that experience that had a beginning in time?" And they say, "Yeah, it's about an hour ago." And he'd always say, "Okay, go back until you find that which doesn't have a beginning in time, and then let me know." And kind of confused out the student would go. But he was pointing them to that which is always already aware. That pure sense of I amness that you have. Not I am this or I am that or I'm this old or I am in this profession. The pure, simple sense of I amness. That simple feeling of being. So you can, a month ago at this time, you probably can't remember what you were doing. But you can be sure I amness was there. That central sense of I amness was present. And 5 years ago, you probably can't remember what you were doing, but I amness was present. That sense of I amness is timeless. It exists in the timeless now moment. It doesn't come into being or jump out of being. And so that is a 24/7 reality. And then pragmatically, how much of your time you spend in the actual recognition of that is something that can slowly increase as you continue to do whatever practices you're doing to recognize that which cannot be attained, that which is already present, that which is in your awareness right now, 100% of it, and can't be brought in or found to have a beginning in time. And so it's a little bit paradoxical, and of course that's what you would expect for something that is, quote, absolute reality. I mean, that has to include absolutely everything. And so even your statement about that is part of it. And so it starts to become self-referential and a little bit almost self-contradictory. But that's what happens when you switch from relative to absolute truth. And most of the traditions have a doctrine that they call the two truths. Namely, there's relative truth and there's absolute truth. And relative truth is something that science could find an answer to. For example, it's relatively true. A relative truth is that water is made of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. That's a relative truth. The absolute truth is that water is made of Brahman. Water is made of spirit. And that can't be realized just as a concept. That can only be realized when you awaken to that ever-present, timeless spirit in yourself. And so when you have that realization, then that's absolute truth. And it can be defined in several different ways, none of which are true unless you have the actual realization. And because otherwise, any word you use to describe that ultimate reality only makes sense in terms of its opposite. So I've been saying it's timeless, and that only makes sense in terms of time. But ultimate reality embraces both. I mean, it's beyond both. It includes both. So any term you use is not going to quite fit. And that was Nagarjuna's point, which is why he called the ultimate emptiness, which means empty of things, empty of thought, empty of concepts. He said it can't be called void or not void. Therefore, for convenience, though, we call it void with a capital V. So it takes an actual realization of that reality to be in touch with absolute reality. And when you do have that experience, again, then paradoxically, it includes the realization that it's always been present and you've always been aware of it. Always. But there was a point when you weren't actually aware of that. And so that's what Satori or awakening or enlightenment is in the ultimate Turyatita sense, is realizing that you've always been realized and experiencing it in a way that lets you know that puts you in touch with your original face, the face you had before your parents were born, the face you had before the universe was born, the face you have right now before this present moment is born. It's the pure sense of I amness. And so that is the paradox of this ultimate kind of enlightenment or awakening, which is that you can't really attain it. And when you do appear to attain it, it's just an understanding about why you can't attain it. But you can, nonetheless, fall in and fall out of that realization. And so by practicing that realization, you can increase the amount of time that you actually spend in it. And that will include, at some point, being able to lucid dream, and it will include, at some point, being able to be subtly aware in deep dreamless sleep. And that's the technical definition that both the Turiya and Turiyatita states give to ultimate reality, which is that which is itself not a change in state, but is aware of changes in state. So both Turiya and Turiyatita are aware of gross waking state changes and subtle dream state changes and deep dreamless state changes, but themselves aren't changes. They're ever present and always a fabric of the awareness of this present moment. And so enlightenment is defined as realizing that which is not a change of state. And of course, most of our experiences are changes of state. They come, they stay a bit, they torture us, and they go. But there's always an awareness of that. And as we rest in that awareness, then not only do present states not hurt, not bother us, it's a genuine freedom from suffering, but we also understand its ever-present nature. And that's taken to be the summum bonum, the greatest good that a human being can realize. And it is maintained, anyway, by the traditions that one can not only realize that which is present 24/7, but move towards being directly aware of that dimension 24/7. And my experience is that you can certainly increase the amount of time that you remain directly in that realized state.
Now, Ken, one thing I want to just circle back to clarify, because the question I asked you was, is it possible to be in that state, that timeless state 24/7? You said that's the claim. And, claim is a word that sort of puts it outside into, So I part of what I'm curious about is here in our time, are there people living like that? Not some, past historic time, but today. What do you think?
Well, that's the thing. I have, of all the teachers I've known, I've never met anybody that directly claimed to be always 24/7 in touch with that dimension that is 24/7. Now, I've known some that were close and that were really profoundly in touch with that state. And I myself have increased profoundly in that capacity. But I only know one person that both explicitly claimed that they were in that state 24/7 and claimed that nobody else was. And that was Adi Da. And I don't believe he was. So, but in terms of being able to be aware, to realize that state, and to rest in that realization for extended amounts of time, definitely. And is that worth it? Does that make it worthwhile? Does that relieve an enormous amount of suffering? Absolutely. And is it fulfilling? It's radically self-fulfilling because it's a oneness with everything. There's nothing outside of you that you could want or desire. And just as there's nothing outside of you that can hurt you. So fear drops off enormously. The Upanishads say, wherever there is other, there is fear. But here there's no other. There's nothing outside of this state, of this realization. And so both desire and fear drop. And there's just a radical freedom and a radical fullness. And that permeates every moment of your life, whether you're directly in that state or not. Because just realizing that state, having one really initial big satori, changes everything. It just really makes everything permanently different. And people sometimes have 3 or 4 satoris, sometimes just one. Sometimes they have 5 or 6. Sometimes it becomes almost continuous for long periods of time. And the distinction between directly being in that state and not being in it becomes subtler and subtler because you're in it so long on so many occasions. And so it starts to become hard to recognize when you're not directly in it. But I think there are subtle indicators of it. And like I say, I've not known a teacher that's claimed to be directly in it like 100%.
Now, Ken, one of the things I thought was interesting was that you talked about how, in your experience, there's an increasing amount of time spent in the timeless. Increasing amount of time in the timeless. It's a paradoxical sentence.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's part of the paradoxical nature of the whole thing. Because when like I say, when you're in that state, you recognize that you haven't actually ever entered it. You've actually never left it. And that's why the whole manifest realm of time is uniformly described by the traditions as an illusion. It's not really happening, not in comparison with this fundamental dimension. And so you're never really out of it either. And that's the paradox, because in some strange way, both emptiness and form, or the infinite and the finite, or eternity and time, manage to coexist. And so we're walking both sides of that street. And that's what makes human beings so bizarre compared to most other life forms. And by the way, all other life forms are claimed to have the same fundamental ground of all being. But only humans can awaken to it. And so that makes us, well, as it was said of Christ, one person, two natures, divine and human. Well, that's true of every human, where whatever our person is, and we have two natures, divine and human. And we can experience both sides of the street. And the only problem is that many people haven't experienced the divine side of their being. And so they're merely identified with the relative side of their being, the human side, the side that is born, suffers, dies, not the side that is timeless and eternal and ever-present and all-embracing and all-fulfilling. And so, of course, that's why, as Buddha would say, life as we know it is suffering, first noble truth. But there is a way to get over that suffering. And that's just to recognize the divine nature that is its ground of being. And that shifts everything. But you're still in it's still a very paradoxical situation. And one of the ways I would describe it is that as you proceed on that path, it hurts more because you become more and more sensitive, more and more aware. But it bothers you less because you're more and more identified with the pure witness or the pure self or your original face, and less identified with the human side that's suffering. And so it hurts more and bothers you less until it bothers you almost not at all. And that's very paradoxical.
Now, Ken, one of the things I want to make sure we get a moment to talk about here is you talked about how fulfilling, self-fulfilling it is, this process of waking up. And yet, one of the things that I've noticed is all kinds of people who have had profound satoris, profound experiences of awakening, and yet their lives remain confused in lots of ways, it seems to me. Some things are changed, sure, but a lot of things haven't been changed by this experience of awakening. And I know that the integral model has a lot to say about that. And I wonder if you can give us the sort of brief encapsulation about how is it that people have these experiences of awakening, and part of them's more fulfilled, but part of them's clearly still quite messed up, neurotic, confused, outbursts of anger, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely. One of the ways that some aspects of the integral model or integral framework is presented is you have what's called 4 quadrants, and these show the interior and the exterior of an individual. So your interior is what you see when you introspect, and your inner sense of self and your inner awareness and so on. But you can also look at the individual from a exterior, objective, sort of scientific view. And when you do that, then your individual self has a triune brain and a neocortex and various neurotransmitters and 1 heart and 2 lungs and so on. And then you can also exist in collectives or groups. And groups also have interior or inner shared values and meanings and so on, and can be looked at from an exterior in terms of their money systems, their techno-economic modes, their birth rates, death rates, monetary system, and so on. And so those are 4 dimensions called the 4 quadrants. And each of those, we have different developmental lines, like human beings have multiple intelligences. They have not only a cognitive intelligence, but an emotional intelligence, and an interpersonal intelligence, and an aesthetic intelligence, and a moral intelligence, and so on. And each of those lines develops through the same basic levels of development. And then, of course, the person has different states of consciousness, and they can move through those states and increasingly wake up. So and they can also, in any of those, split off material, repress material, dissociate material, and create what we call shadow material. And so moving through these developmental levels in various lines is referred to as growing up. And moving through states to enlightenment is referred to as waking up. And then dealing with shadow material, dissociated, repressed parts, is referred to as cleaning up. And the deal is that waking up doesn't address growing up, and it doesn't address cleaning up. So somebody can be at a fully state, Turyatita, enlightened state, and still be at a fairly low level of relative development. And that relative development, for example, moves from very egocentric, identified just with self, to very ethnocentric, identified with a group or groups, identified with your tribe or clan or nation or religion and so on, political party, to world-centric, identified with all humans regardless of race, color, sex, or creed. And there's a book called Zen at War, which is some of the most respected Zen masters talking very ethnocentrically. And you can see this happen. People can have profound awakening experiences and still be racist, sexist, extremely authoritarian, rigidly hierarchical, homophobic. I've known enlightened teachers that are all of those, because waking up and growing up are 2 different things. And you can't increase one just by increasing the other. They grow relatively independently. And also, shadow material is not addressed by waking up. So you can still have a fair amount of shadow material, of unconscious, repressed, neurotic tendencies. And waking up won't touch that either. And so one of the things that the integral approach does is say, yes, that waking up is important, but you also have to grow up and you also have to clean up. And these are entirely different processes. And these affect the manifest side of you, your whole relative humanity is addressed by these other processes. And so you might feel that you're completely free after you've had several satoris. But everybody around you can still find you neurotic and almost immature in a large number of ways, and even strangely self-obsessed and not that really caring. Although in your own mind you're a very loving, embracing person. And there's no tradition that we're aware of, East or West, that's ever included all three of those. So almost every Western developmental model you think of has all the multiple intelligences, multiple lines of development, and they have the levels of development, but they don't have states. So no modern Western developmental model has enlightenment or awakening or satori. They're basically just unaware of it. And likewise, there's no contemplative or meditative tradition. They're aware of states, and they're aware of the witness, and they're aware of unity consciousness, but they're not aware of stages of growing up because you can't see those by introspecting. And so you can have Zen masters that are ethnocentric and very biased and prejudiced. And so it's just a strange fact of history that all of these different processes have never been understood by a single culture, or at least a single community in a single culture. So they've never been included together. And we've never had practices that help people wake up and grow up and clean up. Basically, just one of the three. And that's all you get. And you can leave the other two pretty much untouched. And that's a real problem, because it means that for all of our history, really, until just recently, we have been intentionally producing not whole and complete and full human beings, but broken, fragmented, and partial human beings. We've been training that brokenness and instilling that in people intentionally. And we had no idea that there were these other dimensions, other processes, other components to our own awareness, to our own being, that we could and should be including. And it was only really as we sort of reached a global stage of awareness in East and West, and the contemplative traditions and conventional traditions started to mix, and we started looking at all of them and saying, okay, wait a minute, something's going on here. So a lot of people really didn't get that sort of mystical awakening process until Zen came in the 60s. It certainly shook a lot of people up, and people started saying, okay, what is this satori thing? What's this enlightenment thing? And it turns out there are a small handful of Christian contemplative schools that were aware of it. But then they weren't aware of the developmental models, and so they didn't have growing up, like most or all contemplative schools didn't have growing up. So it's really just in the past couple of decades that we've been doing all these cross-cultural studies and being able to come up with models that included all of this material and said, okay, wait, we've got to do this, we've got to do this, we've got to do this. And one of the biggest problems with the spiritual movements in this country is that even though they have become aware of and focus on states of enlightenment or awakening or unity consciousness, none of them really are fully aware of growing up, and very few of them are aware of cleaning up. And so that's a real problem. And it does seem to confuse people, because the spiritual paths claim that they're offering everything. And the fact that they're offering a kind of unity consciousness where emptiness is one with the world of form doesn't change the fact that if the only world of form you're aware of is ethnocentric, then you'll be one with an ethnocentric world. It won't fix that. You have to grow up for that. You have to change levels in some of your multiple intelligences. You have to grow up in those lines. And waking up won't do that. And yet the spiritual traditions think that they're covering everything. And so it is confusing when we see spiritual teachers, some of whom are just neurotic as daylights, some of whom are racist, some of them are very homophobic. The Dalai Lama is homophobic. I mean, it's confusing because we think they're covering all the bases, and unfortunately they're just not. And likewise, it's deeply disappointing to see Western schools of psychotherapy do nothing but deal with, relative reality and try to help make your ego whole and heal it and integrate the shadow, but have no idea about actually waking up itself or finding your true self or your real self. And so they're just inculcating relative self. The dimension is held to be illusory by the awakening traditions. So it's a problem with any one of them. Focusing on just any one of those is a real problem. And it's only recently that we started, approaches that deal with all of them, that take them all into account, and that's a big step.
Ken, I always like talking to you so much. I could talk to you so much about this topic, but...
bless you, my friend.
Well, Ken, I think that's why your contribution with integral spirituality and looking at integral awakening as combining waking up with growing up and cleaning up, it's so important. Thank you. I so value what you're doing.
Bless you, my dear.
Thanks for being part of Waking Up. What does it really mean? Waking Up is available as a free series for a short time only in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. If you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at soundstrue.com/waking up. Soundstrue.com. Many voices, one journey. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? A series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features Matt Kahn, an author, spiritual teacher, and empath. Since experiencing a series of rare and spontaneous awakenings that began at the age of 8, Matt has been instrumental in transforming lives worldwide through his insights and heart-centered teachings. Through a process of spoken transmission of presence, Matt intuitively guides individuals to experience energy shifts that balance the brain, rewrite the subconscious mind, and unravel the overstimulated nervous system. Sounds True will be publishing Matt's book and audio program, Whatever Arises, Love That, in January of 2016, as well as an online course on the same topic in the fall of 2015. Matt, welcome to our series.
Well, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you. Okay, here we go. How do you define spiritual awakening?
It's a great question, because throughout my life, for me, I would say the first awakening started when I was 8 years old. I was walking to my friend's house, and as I was walking, there's a little brick wall that divided my friend's house from my neighbor's property, and I suddenly looked at this wall, and I stopped. And at that moment, I suddenly had this realization that I'm not the wall, I'm not the body, I'm the space between it. And of course, at that young age, I had no idea what the significance was, but I had a feeling that somewhere down the line it would reveal itself. And throughout my life, I've had many different awakenings, and what has seemed to be the case is that there would be an expansion of consciousness where all of a sudden I would see life from a different viewpoint. I would see life from a fresh perspective, let's say, and then sooner or later that perspective became the next thing that I would wake up out of. So if I look back on my life, it's hard to pinpoint what awakening is, because at every stage of waking up it meant something different. I would say that the rhythm of awakening, and as I got deeper into the rhythm of awakening, I would have these very expansive experiences, and then the time between that expansion and waking up out of that level of consciousness to the next one would accelerate and accelerate. And while it seemed as if there was insights given, and then just as soon as an insight was given, I would then wake up out of the limitation or attachment to that view to another one. Looking back on my life, the only thing I did not wake up out of, and the only thing that we don't wake up out of, is the reality of love. So if I define awakening, I would say it's waking up out of every limiting view until nothing but love remains.
Now, in your experience, in your sense of things, are these waking up experiences out of everything until just love remains, are they continual, more? Like, do you see there'll be an end in your life to the awakening process, or will there always be more and more awakenings?
So there's been awakenings to a fresh perspective of consciousness. Then there would be a period of time where I would live my life at that newly adjusted viewpoint. Then there would be another awakening to the next level of consciousness. Then I would adjust. And as I would live my life, the time between awakenings would shorten, and the amount of awakenings would increase. And then in recent years, what's happened is that it's gone from several awakenings, let's say a week, or even an awakening every day, to this awakening that is continuous. So I would say that there's no actual end to our awakenings, because even when you enter, let's say, the realms of enlightenment, and you start to access these infinite evolving light realms, or what people might call Shambhala, and all these different names that we give to these realms, once you enter this gravity of awakening, it's as if your life becomes an unending awakening, where literally in every breath, you're just in this gravity of ever-evolving brightness, where in every breath, it's just life is continually ascending into greater realities. And at that point, there aren't any reference points to stop and to contemplate or to integrate and say, oh, this is what it means for my life. So at the point I'm in right now, my life is one uninterrupted awakening without a reference point that causes me to stop, reflect, and decide how this is different in comparison to how it was before.
So for someone, let's say, who's listening and they're still questioning, I don't even know if I've had an awakening. I don't even know if I really just don't know. I mean, sure, I've had some, LSD trips, some interesting experiences where I had perspectives that were completely new, melted into space, et cetera. But, does that count as an awakening? What would you say to that person, and how could you help them open up to an awakening right now?
I would say that in order to open up to an awakening right now, it really hinges on the perfection and precision of the question we ask. So if we ask the question, have I had an awakening, we're going to look to the past and we're going to have that reference point, and then that's going to be the very reference point that we would need to wake up out of. If we change the question and the question become, how isn't life an awakening, or how isn't this moment an awakening? Meaning, if we really start looking at things from a very simple point of view, through the eyes of the universe, your birth into form was the awakening of consciousness in this form. And literally, the awakening of us coming to life as these beings already provided the fully awakened realization of truth that it actually, in our entry into this world, leaves us no reference points to grab onto. So what I see to be true in this, and I think it's very ironic, is we've entered these worlds as fully awakened beings, so liberated we have no reference points for liberation, because those are all things we imagine by comparison to other things, and we're already fully liberated beings going through an awakening experience to remember how liberated we already are. So if we can start to understand that in a very high level of awakening, the highest spiritual experience is no experience at all, and the highest awakening leaves no evidence of anything have awakened. If we understand that the absence of what we're looking for is a sign of perhaps the highest level of awakening, then perhaps in this moment, instead of looking at what I don't have to verify the proof that I've had an experience of awakening, perhaps it's the lack of proof that shows me no reference points to stick to. And perhaps it's the absence of any evidence of awakening that the highest level becomes our greatest proof of all.
Now you said something, Matt, that I'm not sure I understand. You talked about at these higher levels of awakening, no experience. What do you mean by no?
Yes.
I mean, how is it possible to not have an experience? Or am I having an experience of no experience? I mean, isn't everything an experience? Or I don't get that.
Yes, I would say it's no definable experience, or it would be an experience without the need for reference points, where we would label something as this in comparison to an opposite of that. So when I say no experience, it is really the experience of a no experience space, where it is where we are so immersed and one with the flow of life that we don't pull ourselves out of the flow to imagine who we are as a result of our past or who we are as a result of our experiences. We're just in this unending flow of consciousness, kind of like if we were walking down the street and someone bumped into you and you fell to your knees. An awakened being, perhaps, might just pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and continue. Being bumped into wouldn't become late-breaking news in their reality. Whereas someone who is in the process of awakening, every little thing that happens causes them to pull out of the flow of harmony and to ask themselves, why did that happen? Why did it happen to me? And it's an unconscious way of interrupting the flow and precision of life. And so as we awaken, we are no longer interrupting this flow, and we're just letting life be one continuous dance of grace versus pulling out to decide why this is happening and what I can do about it.
So what would you say that awakening does and doesn't deliver, if you will? This is a question I've been asking a lot of people in this series. And part of it is we see people in the world who have gone through tremendous awakenings, and they still seem troubled in certain ways. Maybe their relationships are troubled, or maybe they have difficulty with this or that part of our life. And so one of the questions is it a myth that people can live without these kinds of challenges? What's your view of this?
I would say that there's an assumption that awakening is going to be the answer to our prayers. It's going to solve all of our problems, and that once you awaken, everything in life is going to feel a certain way. And of course, these become different reference points that we chase, trying to exchange the ones we have for the ones we think are up ahead. In the reality of awakening, it's not so much as if our problems go away. It's not so much that we no longer have personalities, but I think that it's more so the case that we experience our personality, our world, our families from a very different perspective. And when I was saying before about we wake up out of everything other than love, as we awaken, instead of seeing our feelings as, oh, this is a feeling I have because of what this person did to me. As we wake up to the truth of love, we realize, oh, perhaps this person has been orchestrated by the universe to act this way in my reality, so that as I feel this emotion, perhaps they're showing me what has yet to be loved by anyone else in my life, and perhaps the feeling that they're bringing up is showing me what I can love in myself as the way of going further in my journey of unconditional love. So when we wake up to love, what we definitely realize is that awakening doesn't necessarily take our problems away. It actually puts us in a brand new perspective where giving love to ourselves in response to life can be the solution we've always been looking for.
Now, I think it would be wonderful for you to talk a little bit more about that. It's the theme of your new book, Whatever Arises, Love That. You bring this focus on loving whatever's coming up in our experience, that this is something that a lot of times people who talk and teach about spiritual awakening don't emphasize. So tell me why it's so important to you to emphasize this aspect of the awakening process.
When I was going through my lifetime of awakenings at a certain point in my journey when I was a young adult, in my late teens, early adulthood, I had this really, what I think was important realization. And the important realization is that I've been having mystical experiences since I was about 8 years old. And, you know, in many respects, I have had many life-changing experiences up to that point, experiencing spiritual phenomenon and the universe in really quite unexplainable ways. And at that point in my life, I had gathered up so many mystical experiences, and yet I looked at my life and I thought, I can't use my history of mystical experiences to define my sense of spiritual alignment, because I can still see in my life there's still points where I'm negotiating with life. And it wasn't like I even learned that as a teaching. It was just I spontaneously realized there's a part of me that is still negotiating. There is still a part of me that's arguing with life, that I really saw that I wasn't fully immersed in the absolute faith of letting life lead me and knowing that anything that came my way could only be the highest gift that the divine is giving to me. And so I started to realize that I had all these amazing experiences, but it didn't get me to a place of complete absolute faith. And so at that time, I received an intuitive message from the universe, and I was given this teaching that was, in a sense, 4 words in length. And the 4 words were, whatever arises, love that. And I had no idea what it really meant, and I didn't want to ask. I wanted just to test it out myself. And so I literally took the words as literal as possible, and I would just walk around my life, and whatever would get my attention, I would just send love to it. And then I quickly realized that, it's not whatever arises outside of me that I send love to necessarily. It's whatever is arising within my experience. And I very quickly realized that by responding to anything that captured my attention, whether it was my emotions, whether it was congestion in my mind, or any feeling whatsoever, whether it was a sense of pain in my body, anything that got my attention was literally something inside of me that was waiting to complete its mission, to be released out of my field, and could only complete its mission by receiving the love it had never received. And as I started to love myself in response to anything that came my way, I also then had a grander vision that my body is a map of the entire cosmos. And as all of us learn to love ourselves, in a sense, the body as a map of a cosmos is also healing and clearing all of this unconsciousness out of the collective for the well-being of all. And so I started to realize, oh my God, the things I used to personalize and think, this person did this to me, was just the universe masquerading as these characters, only doing in my presence at the very moment a healing needed to occur. And in my journey of surrendering to love, everything that arose within me, a thought, a feeling, pain, whatever, was my responsibility, or it was my choice at that point, to stop and send love to that part of my body, and I would feel it release out of my field. I would then see it expand out of the collective. And I realized that I was participating in helping to raise the vibration and shift the reality of the entire world just by learning to love myself in response to the life in view. And so for me, that became such a transformative moment of expansion, because in all my other awakenings, I'd have these really expanded levels of consciousness. but it never transformed the way I talked to myself, and it never shifted the way I perceived and related to others. In fact, I would have these awakening experiences, and sometimes I'd be so expanded and so sensitive that being around other people became more of an intimidating thing, or I didn't know how to interact with people in social gatherings. And it was only when I learned to love myself that all these awakenings began to integrate, and I began to bring all the wisdom that I was cultivating in private and learn how to bring it forth in public for the well-being of all.
Now, one thing you said I thought was really interesting, that when you experienced certain painful emotional experiences, that as you were able to send love to yourself in that experience, that something was releasing from the collective. So I wonder if you can say more about that, because I think a lot of times when people are suffering, let's just use that word, when they're having some painful emotional experience, it's very personal. They don't think they're doing work for the collective. They think they're just, suffering.
Exactly. And so when we're having a pain or something is arising, we are having a personal experience. It's our unique personal experience of what is ready to be healed out of the collective. And perhaps we, the ones who are in the pain, are a conscious being who is getting the message that this is ready to be healed out of the collective. And of course, how the universe heals the collective reality is through the expanding journeys of individuals. So even though we look like individuals and we're all different individuals on our own paths, we're all equally the universe masquerading as people. And as we evolve like seeds blossoming in a garden, we are actually within our own individual journeys. All that we're clearing and healing and expanding is our contribution towards transforming the entire totality just in our own individual journey. So even though we are on individual journeys, the implications of what we do is so far-reaching, and just by opening up to the fact that what we are experiencing in every breath has such universal implications, and that what we do has such a far bigger purpose, it can make everything less personal, it can certainly make things less painful, and it starts to actually create a space where loving what's arising can be welcomed so that we can literally transform our relationship with life from the inside out.
Now, Matt, I know you talk and teach on something called the Ascension. And one of the questions we're asking in this series is it true that more and more people are really waking up? Is that really happening? And, I think the Ascension, even just that word, can sound pretty, out there, even for someone like me. It can sound pretty like, wow, really? What? Who, what? The Earth's ascending? What's going on? So help me understand what you mean by the Ascension, and also your response to this question of, are more and more people really waking up? And does that have something to do with this Ascension phenomenon?
I would say more and more people are waking up because we, the witnesses, are waking up. So each of us that start to notice more and more people waking up, it's because it's a reflection that we're waking up. Now, in the Ascension, if we think of self-realization as individual awakening, I would say planetary awakening or global awakening is what we know as Ascension. So Ascension just refers to this time in history where instead of there being individuals who awaken as masters to live among a world of, evolving and blossoming seeds, that we're actually living in a planet where all of these seeds are starting to go through a very accelerated rate of transformation, and that we're living in a planet of evolving spiritual masters who at this time are all waking up in such spectacular and accelerated fashion. And in doing so, it's elevating the vibration of the entire planet, which is then going to usher in, and already is starting to usher in, a golden age of consciousness so that it can be a planet of awakened beings instead of just many awakened beings scattered throughout a world of beings that are finding their way. So Ascension really points to the fact that we are living in a time in history where the spiritual masters in every heart are beginning to wake up in larger numbers and at record speed. And it's just a very exciting time to be alive, because it's as if everything that we attract in every moment, everything we face, is only coming our way for the purpose of helping us evolve to the next level of consciousness. And as that occurs within us, that becomes our contribution to make awakening much easier for everyone else.
Okay, so let's say there are skeptics listening when you talk about, a golden age I mean, and they're looking around the world and they're saying, Matt Kahn says this is starting to happen. And what I see when I look around and read the newspaper is, quite a lot of terrible activities, terrorist activities, etc. What are you talking about?
Well, what I would say is that what's unique about reality is that if we think we're all living in the same world, everything becomes very static and fundamental. That each of us are living in our own timeline of experience, and so we're actually all living in our own earth, where the world that we see in front of us is a reflection not of what's true in the world right now, but what we see as external phenomenon is actually a reflection of our old conditioning. Now, if you're still in an ego, the old conditioning that you see in front of you that reflects the past is what you still think of as the present. If you've gone through the awakening process, and if you are going through that process by loving what arises, you realize the more you love your own heart, the more it changes the view of the world you see, and then over time it changes the world and the version of the characters that come into the world. And that as we are all awakening, instead of us all being on our own little planets, in our own timelines, we're all merging into the same timeline of awakened consciousness. So even if we don't see proof in the world, the first stage of awakening in this new heart-centered way is we don't look to the world to look for awakening consciousness. We only look to ourselves and how we respond to the world in view.
Now, if loving what arises is, in your experience, this really important pivot point, how can you help people who, when they see terrible things in the world, feel terrible? They're not necessarily, quote unquote, loving what arises. They're responding with a sense of, anger, upsetness, etc.
Absolutely. The first step, of course, is to be honest with yourself. So you see something tragic, you see something unfortunate, you see something absolutely devastating. And so the first question is, okay, how does this make me feel? So instead of going into a reactionary place of defense and trying to pull away from that reality, we want to give ourselves some attention. We want to give the innocence within our heart the kind of attention that it deserves during a time like this. How do I feel in response to what I just saw? And even if we come up with just an adjective of, what am I really feeling right now? And that, even in that, is the momentum and the activity of acceptance, just by asking ourselves what we're feeling. And then, of course, we would start to ask, where do I feel this in my body? And so we would locate, in our estimation, the location of this feeling. And then as we get to the location of the feeling, we can ask ourselves, and again, any answer is correct, can I see that this feeling that's arising is only coming up as a result of this moment of life to show me what's here to be healed by loving it as it's never been loved before? And even if someone asks, well, how do I love it? We would just simply bring our attention to that feeling, perhaps bring our attention to the center of the feeling, and just literally, like we would speak to a child, an infant in pain, and we would say to that part of our body, I love you. Because the energetics of the word I love you is like telling that cellular memory, that phenomenon, you have permission to leave now. You have completed your mission. So I love you is how you give the consciousness within that cellular memory permission to be released. And it's also how we console our innocence during moments of misfortune or, in the aftermath of unexpected tragedy. And so when we see things that are tragic, when we see things that are unfortunate, when we experience things we didn't expect, isn't that a time that we deserve more love, not less? And can we bring our attention inward to say, where do I feel this in my body? And can that be where I send the love? And as I send I love you to that part of my body, you're not only healing the cellular memories that misfortune helped to bring to your attention, but also clearing it out of the collective to make life easier for others. And even if those words I love you can't be spoken, just resting in the feeling and accepting that it's only here to be loved will start to create some spaciousness within the body so that the deeper energetic healing can take place.
Now, Matt, you're one of the handful of people in this series who has really said definitively, yes, more and more people are starting to wake up. Yes, it's true. And I'm curious, given that that's your sense of things, what do you think that's actually going to look like in the next decade or two? What will that mean as more and more people are waking up? Are we going to see great changes in society? What do you think?
I think we're going to see great changes in society within the next, let's say, 15 to 20 years. I think in the next 10 years, the first place we're going to start seeing change is in the way individuals relate to individuals. So I think what we're going to find is that more and more we can walk around in public and feel less like we're strangers walking around in a world of people we don't know. Like, we don't have to walk around and feel like people we don't know are these pre-qualified beings. I think more and more what's going to happen is we're going to find people reaching out and allowing the people who are standing right next to them to be a friend they never knew they had. And I think we're just going to start seeing human beings start to work together in a greater way. I think we're going to start seeing human beings start to become more generous and heart-centered with one another. And I think we're going to actually see that kind of social change occur before we start to see bigger change. So I think the bigger changes are going to happen maybe 15 to 20 years from now. In the next 10 years, the change is going to occur in how human beings relate to one another.
Thank you. That was so specific. I really appreciate that. Now, I know you teach through a process of the spoken transmission of presence. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit more about that and how you see transmission playing a role in spiritual awakening.
So as I've come to realize, when I speak, there's what's called a transmission of presence. And so what that means is when I speak words, the words are always intuitively guided by the universe. I really don't choose my words. I kind of just listen as words are spoken through me. And of course, in the beginning of my journey, people would call that channeling. But since going through all these awakenings and having the ego structure that one would move aside to bring through the channeled information, when there's no ego to push aside, it's just a fully embodied living transmission. And so this is a space I'm in all the time. It's an uninterrupted, one could call a samadhi experience or a living meditation. And so as the words are spoken through me, the energy that can be felt, the energy that the words symbolize, delivers healing and transformation and awakening into those that are hearing and receiving the words. So in the way that I teach, I may speak about awakening or themes of ascension, but it's the energy coming through the sound of my voice that is actually giving the people who are listening the direct experience, the recognition, the healing, instead of having to interpret my words and decide whether that fits this model or that model. It's really, as I'm speaking the words are narrating what the energy through the sound of my voice is awakening and healing in those who are receiving it.
Now, you talked about this kind of continual samadhi, if I heard you correctly. And, I think most people would say, here I am not necessarily in a samadhi-like state. That happened to me, at a retreat that I went to and blah, blah, blah. And, I hope it happens again in a deeper way. But a continual samadhi?
Yes. It took me years to really, I wouldn't say accept it. I didn't know what it was.
Maybe you can explain for people what this word samadhi means to you and the way that you use it too.
Yeah, to me, samadhi means like an uninterrupted living meditation, where it's not like you go into this state where you feel expanded and euphoric, and then you come back down into some lower state. It's not like going back and forth between the extremes or the opposites. It's literally just this. In the beginning, for me, it felt like a trance. It felt like I was like if you've ever woken up from a dream and you're still kind of half in the dream world and you're kind of, you're a little hazy. That's what my life started to feel like. And then it started to be like that all the time. And then even when I'd have experiences and emotions would arise, it would be as if the emotions would arise within that samadhi state. And so I was just kind of watching it versus reacting to it. And I think for me, one of the reasons why things have happened in the way they have is because I didn't have a spiritual path outside of my experiences. So I didn't know this to be anything. In fact, the first 2 years this happened to me, I thought something was wrong with me because I thought, I'm not feeling. Is this okay? And I didn't see that all emotions, all opposites, had been swallowed up by the ocean of transcendence, and there was just complete emptiness. And I had to, in my own journey, explore and realize that all the phenomenon that arises within us by comparison, like sadness in comparison to happiness and so forth, all of these emotional qualities are equal expressions of emptiness. Kind of like the emotional waves are the waves of the ocean, and the emptiness is the ocean from which it arises. I was living as the ocean, but had no idea what the ocean was. So it was in my own experience I had to get to know, what is this? And so it was in my own exploration, not having an idea of, I'm going to chase after this state and this is what I want. I had no idea what it was. And I think for some reason that's what allowed it to kind of ground so deeply in me, is because I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't know what it was. And it certainly wasn't the answer to any prayers, because in the beginning I thought it was some sort of illness or something. And then as I started to do my own investigating, I realized, oh, I'm resting as the source of phenomenon. I'm not in pursuit of phenomenon or troubled by phenomenon. I'm resting as that which is prior, within, and beyond. And these were all experiences I had on my own, just in noticing and looking. And throughout even all of that, it was loving what arises, even when there was no one here left to love. There was just love, loving love. Even throughout all of that, loving what arises, that continually took me through the journey and helped it integrate into such a graceful and precise way.
So then do you have a sense that there is a further, this is kind of back to what I was saying before, a further opening of some kind yet still to happen? Sounds like you're
further.
Always further.
Always further. There is a sense of being, what is never changing, and there is a constant play of becoming, where something arises only to give rise for something even higher. So the always becoming is the play, and the always being is the reality in the play, and they're both one. So for me to say, there's no further growth, it is unchanging, that would be me speaking from the reference point of that source. For me to acknowledge that it's unending and it's always changing is because that source is always going to be in its own play, no matter how high it goes. There's always a higher perspective of light. May not be any seeking, there may not be any goal, there might just be the inherent primal joy of exploration, but there is always that which is unchanging, and then there's always a play of never-ending change, and that will never change. It will always be changing, always growing, always expanding, and just when you think it works one way, in some sort of ironic twist of fate, the next frontier, the next level, always happens to be the opposite of whatever you thought it was before.
Now, a couple times you've mentioned this phrase, no reference point. In this continual samadhi, if you will, there's no reference point. Is that your experience?
Yes. No reference, or I would say it's true there's no reference point, but I would say more clearly in my experience, I would say that the reference points are just experiences of the play. So there's no true reference point, and yet they arise as part of the play. Because I would say that, and I say this from experience, when I thought that there was supposed to be no reference point and the play would continue, I would get upset. I would think, something's wrong with me, I'm not doing my path deep enough, or I'd be around people who had reference points, and there, many years ago there could be judgments about, they still have reference points, and so it was still very fundamental. And I think from the place I'm in right now, which is, for me, the most relaxed place I've ever been, and the happiest I've ever been, is that there are no reference points, and yet the reference points that arise are just part of the play. So it's not. It's all welcomed, and that for me is what I'm so grateful for, is that it's all welcomed, because in the old way I used to be at certain stages, things were so fundamental that it was either I had to be in a specific place to feel okay with myself, and then God forbid if anyone did anything to do anything a certain way, it would just kind of throw me off very quickly, and it could be a very disheartening place to be. So to see that all reference points is just a part of the bigger play, allows everything to be embraced and welcomed in such a heart-centered perspective.
So, Matt, one final question. It's really going to be an asking, a request, if you will. I wonder if you'd be willing to bless our listeners with some kind of spoken transmission of awakening for those of us who want to really open further and further right now here with you.
Absolutely. For all who are listening to this right now, let's just take this moment. And instead of trying to silence this mind, why not just love the one who wants to chat? Instead of trying to make all of our emotions go away, why not just love the one who can't stop feeling? Instead of trying to use spirituality to micromanage ourselves and to force ourselves into a framework of spiritual obedience, why not just love the one who can't seem to do it right? Instead of trying to constantly let go, why not just love the one who's afraid to be left behind? Instead of trying to rest in a transcendent state, why not love the one who always takes it personally? And perhaps you can realize, by giving your heart more loving attention than anyone has ever given you, you begin to realize that you in no way are ever acting out imperfectly, but that everything that arises is the perfect opportunity to recognize what may have been judged in your past, what may be an emotion that reminds you of when you were unsupported by others, but that is only arising as a result of the clever actions of those in view to give you the chance to love yourself the way you've never been loved before. Whether you find yourself inundated in pain, lost in a personal self, or perhaps you've had some openings of consciousness that have revealed no self at all, it still doesn't indicate that there's nothing left to love. Because love is the recognition of divinity being itself in all as one. And when you take the time to bring love to your heart, not only do you fertilize the soil of your being to bring that divinity to life, but in bringing divinity to life, one I love you at a time, you are blessing all hearts with all the healing that is necessary to allow your world to be as clear and liberated as your greatest experience has revealed. Whatever arises, love that. This is the way for the energetically sensitive soul. This is the heart of awakening.
Matt, thank you so much for being part of our series and contributing your voice to waking up. What does it really mean? Thank you.
Thank you.
Waking Up is available as a free series from Sounds True for a short time only in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. If you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/waking up. SoundsTrue.com, many voices, one journey. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? A series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features Robert Thurman, a teacher at Columbia University who holds the first endowed chair in Indo-Tibetan Buddhist Studies in America. Robert is the co-founder of the Tibet House in New York City, a cultural nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving the endangered civilization of Tibet, and he's the author of many books, including Inner Revolution, Infinite Life, and Why the Dalai Lama Matters, and has created with Sounds True the audio programs The Jewel Tree of Tibet and Liberation Upon Hearing in the Between. Robert, welcome.
Well, thank you, Tammy. It's nice to be with you.
Robert, I'm going to ask you the same first question that I'm asking everybody in this series on waking up. What does it really mean? Which is, what does spiritual awakening mean to you? How would you define it?
I would define spiritual awakening as people who have tried to satisfy themselves with material pleasures and possessions and status and fame, all sorts of things that, wealth also, all sorts of things that only connect to this life, and you can't take any of them with you, so to speak. You might leave some behind, but you can't take any with you. And they decide that those pursuits are maybe not their highest priority. And there's something about their inner core of their being, you could say soul level, you might say, and some people would like that subtle, the Buddhists have an expression, your mental DNA or spiritual DNA, and sort of whether or not they have a formal belief in reincarnation or rebirth, they have a feeling that something will continue, their own self will continue as an evolutionary being on some subtle plane or in some way, and that there is mind beyond the brain, beyond the body. And then once they get that kind of inclination, whether it's a formal belief system or not, they then want to do things to enhance that spirit. And this will affect how they treat others. It will make them turn toward wishing to understand the nature of reality at a deeper level and really find out what they are, who they are. And it will lead them to be more kind and ethical with other people and maybe sacrifice a little short-term gratification for some longer-term good, even on the enlightened self-interest level. And I would say when lots of people start to feel that way, it becomes a kind of a morphic resonance, to use Rupert Sheldrake's wonderful term, that we would call a spiritual awakening, either in an individual or in a community. What do you think?
I'm curious to know, was there a moment in your life that you could actually trace, a historic moment where you would say, that's the moment where spiritual awakening began in my life, in this life?
I could say there was a moment of quantum leap. And I would say my moment of quantum leap, there were several, but the first I would say would be where I fell deeply in love, I think, as a 17-year-old with the elder sister of a good friend of mine. I think that was kind of a spiritual awakening of a certain type, because it was an idealization, kind of say there was an ideal, glowing goddess feeling about it, and something marvelous about it, right? Not just lust. And but of course, lust not excluded of those type hormones not excluded, but it was it had a real sort of troubadour, romantic kind of aspect to it, singing in the street type of thing. And I would say the first. And the second, I would say, which was maybe even more of a body blow, but how can you compare them? I would say was when I lost my left eye in a garage accident. And I was semi-conscious for several days and woke up with the optic nerve gone, but not in pain particularly. It was not that it was painful, but it was kind of an experience of mortality, and made me realize that the spiritual interest that I had already going needed to become a priority, something like that. And I think the third one, I would say there's a third one that would be where I had my first psychedelic experience. I would definitely credit that with helping my spiritual awakening. I think people, because they're nervous and because it's illegal and has been foolishly illegal instead of remaining a psychological and spiritual tool, the various psychedelic things. And none of this has to do with the pleasure things, the uppers and downers, and it's a completely different thing. And I think that would be a third thing. And maybe a fourth, the day I finally became certain that the mind was beyond the body. It became a sort of certain experience for me. So those would be 4 stages, I would say. But I'm sure there will be further ones because I'm still not that spiritually awake. Don't claim to be fully spiritually awake.
Now tell me about
still
this.
Not yet.
Yeah, this fourth awakening that you're describing, the mind being beyond the brain, beyond the body brain. Tell me about that.
Well, I thought I had that even from reading, even before I lost my eye, because I was already reading Buddhist texts and Hindu texts, and I definitely thought that was going on. I was not really in any of the theistic religions. I was not really devout because I didn't like illogic, but blind faith type of thing. But when I encountered the cultures that had a common sense belief in rebirth and the continuity of the mind as well as physical elements, I had an intellectual thought about it. And then there was a point while I was a Buddhist monk, and where I was meditating, and my original old Lama said to me, interrupted my meditating late at night, and he said, "What are you bothering to do?" I said, "I'm meditating." He said, "Well, why are you doing that?" I said, "To attain enlightenment." He said, "Well, you can't attain enlightenment. You're an American." He was Mongolian himself. And I bridled at that and said, "What do you mean? I'm a Buddhist monk. I believe in future life and this and that." And he said, No. He said, when you attain enlightenment, it's your mind that becomes enlightened. And your culture has made you think that there is no mind, just a body. And then, I completely disagreed with that, and I agreed that is the cultural predisposition based on our education. But I disagreed that it had me in its grip. And I went into a deep thing about it for some period of time, and I realized that I still hadn't completely got rid of what we're educated to, which is not in our religious places, Sunday schools and things, but is in our science classes. And it's pounded into us in modern education so much that modern rationality involves materialism, and there's no other kind of science or rationality. It's so pounded into us that we kind of subliminally accept it. And I realized that I still was trapped by it in a way, which his challenge to me brought out. And that was very powerful. Then I really felt, and I sort of had trailing visions of previous lives, and subsequently I've had actually memories of them, and to some extent. And that was a big turning point for me. I think it's a big turning point for everyone, actually. Even though there are people nowadays who argue that you could have a modern spirituality and yet think you only live this one life. And I guess you can be nice and you can try to be ethical without thinking you're doing it just for this one life or for the sake of your children. But to really make the sacrifices of egotistical desires that a true spirituality requires, I think you have to feel that you're still part of it, that you will go on being part of it, that there will be consequences to how you live your life. I really think so. And it has to be it's not a matter of a blind belief. That won't be strong enough. It has to be a sort of common sense belief. Like you, Tammy, believe that downtown Boulder is still there, even though you may be in some studio somewhere in the suburbs. But, you don't think that's a belief, really, and it's certainly a sensible one. Why would it have disappeared? But you don't see it physically in front of you. Or you might believe that New York is still here, and yet you don't know that. in a sense that you don't see it physically. So you're not believing by seeing, you're believing by common sense, however. So that's the kind of way that one has to believe in the multiple lives of oneself in the future and past in order to really decide that there is life beyond the body. I recently was chatting with Eben Alexander at a dinner, and he had a total eureka awakening of that type himself, as you know.
Yeah. Now, I'm curious, Robert, because obviously this is not something that you came to just by studying the teachings on reincarnation and more than one lifetime. What was it that happened inside you that gave you this confidence, if you will, in this common sense notion?
I do feel that the study does have a huge amount to do with it, because the only reason that we believe that our mind is nothing, and therefore when the brain stops we will simply enter oblivion permanently, the only reason we do that is because of study. There we have had no experience of that. And not only that, but when we think for a minute with common sense, nobody has ever had that experience who has reported it, that they became nothing. There's no way of therefore verifying it. It is an unevidenced belief completely, but therefore only inculcated by indoctrination, really. So I think study has a great deal to do with it, and the studying and logic has a great deal to do with it, and also on a less rationalistic level, narrative has a great deal to do with it. In other words, you become familiar with the literature of the Jatakas, as they are called, the Buddha's former life stories, of many Asian tales of people remembering previous lives and interacting with other people in other lives and things like that. And then the near-death experience literature, people and the children remembering former lives literature like Stevenson and so on. And when you expose yourself to that sort of thing, your sense of what is common sense and what is mystical sense changes. And you finally come around to where I am, where to me, frankly, it is the deepest mysticism for someone to imagine that there possibly could be nothing, because nothing is nothing. It's just so senseless, the idea that everything in nature is a continuity. Everything continues into something else. Wood burns in the fireplace, but it's heat and ash, and we know that. And there's the law of thermodynamics of the conservation of energy. We know that. And yet we are told, and we think that it's common sense to think that our mental continuum, which of course is a subtle energy continuum, that is the one thing in the universe that is nothing. It's only an illusion of the brain or some complicated illusion of some material substances that make us think it's something.
Yeah.
It's just senseless, actually. And yet in our culture, we think it's common sense.
Now I'm curious to know how this, we could call it recognition, realization, this knowledge of your continuity beyond this lifetime, how that has changed the way you live.
Well, the way it changes it is that suddenly you're always aware that, there's this moment that one has in dealing with hard emotions, obsessions, or angers, or, reactivities of different kinds. There tends to be a moment, and different people have a different set point. I call it like a different circuit breaker in their fuse box, where the stress of restraining themselves from the impulse becomes kind of hard to bear. And, it goes along with the expressions of, go for it, just let it all go, let it all hang out, or the funniest one is, to hell with it.
Yeah.
Which is very significant that people say hell, because, of course, this is one of the reasons that materialism has become so dominant. People in theistic cultures being freaked out by being threatened by priests, over sort of theistic, absolutist ethics, and, ethics by edict, in other words, and by threat of consequence. And then people just let it go, and then someone will blow up with anger, or they'll do something really stupid with obsession, or they'll become deeply depressed to where they decide they're going to destroy themselves. They get into that cycle that Eckhart Tolle talks about, that he almost offed himself with, where he was everything was worse and worse, and he was all alone in the universe, and what the hell, he might as well just destroy himself. But luckily he challenged his thought stream going in that direction, and he survived to be a great teacher. But so that circuit breaker is connected, in my belief, to our background faith that we can get away with it, and that it couldn't be worse than whatever the stress situation we feel we're in. Whereas when you realize that you are potentially an infinite continuity, when you leave what I address this a lot in my Infinite Life book, of course, which I imagine you might have seen. And I say that you get into a thing where you shift to what I call the infinite lifestyle, as opposed to what the American mainstream person lives, which is, I call it the terminal lifestyle. And there are religious versions of a terminal lifestyle, of course, also, as well as the secular one, the materialist one, but the materialist one is dominant. And so you get to that infinite lifestyle, and then you begin to realize that what you do, even the slightest thing, even the casual word like a taunt or a tease or unnecessary belaboring something or someone or something like that, that this will have a consequence. And these consequences become huge because, as they say, a drop of water creates an ocean, many of them, and a match can light a forest fire, and so on. And so then, this is the true spur to real mindfulness. Mindfulness really will come, care that is, about every small thing, when there's no sort of gaps in the universe, when one realizes one is in a stream that one will always be in, and there's like almost an absolute concern with improving the stream, therefore. And this is also why they say wisdom, the wisdom of that is the root of compassion, where you really care that others, that whatever it is, it's not painful to another, that whatever it is, it makes another happy. Even by the baby step, a tiny bit, it makes a huge difference, type of thing. So I think there's the spiritual thing, unless we are defining spiritual in a what I consider like a less useful way, where spiritual is some form of escape from the others, escape from the world, a dualistic idea. Nirvana is just leaving it all behind. And, I wish I could have helped you, Mom. I wish I could have helped my loved ones, but at least I'm not in their way anymore, and I'm going off to some icebox state beyond it all, or one with God beyond it all, or whatever, however one defines it, which is another terminal type of that's a spiritual terminal lifestyle. Like the materialist one is the automatic terminal lifestyle, where I'll just be nothing just by dying. And so this shift really commits you to being in the universe with others, the Bodhisattva way, in some form or another. It doesn't have to be Buddhist way, but a way of total care and concern for the slightest other.
I'm imagining, Robert, someone listening to this and trying to tune into this sense of infinity, being an infinite continuity. And they like the sound of it, but in their own experience, they still have the sense that, it could all be over at the end of this mortal coil. I mean, I just don't know.
Of course.
And they want to make this leap with you, but it's not actually true in their experience. How would you address that person?
And which is where I say where study comes in. Because a blind faith, I know a lot of, like I had, at the time I was challenged by my teacher, I had a intellectual belief in rebirth, certainly. I was a Buddhist monk. I mean, I'd been meditating. I was really into it. But I don't know exactly where I thought I was headed. Actually, I was fond of states of abstraction. And that particular guru also had the habit of, he was definitely clairvoyant, for sure. I mean, he was very, very established, accomplished person, very enlightened person. And whenever I would get into that thing where I was almost like having leaving the body sort of feeling, which I relished at the time, getting away from and stopping thinking, so getting away from my anxieties and my nervousnesses and things, 20-some-year-old. He would always show up and interrupt me. He had it, even at night, or day, he was doing that at that time. He was talking to me. I was having a feeling of getting away, getting out. And a kind of escapism, I think, spiritual escapism, of being unable to tolerate the stress of life in a way, I think, which a lot of spiritual people are pushed by. And so then it takes a study. The study means we reverse the common sense feeling. You can't reverse the common sense feeling just by adopting, deciding, I like the Dalai Lama, or I like Buddha, or I like Shankaracharya or something, and therefore I'm going to believe in multiple lives, And that won't still change the terminal view of things, because even you could say, multiple lives is terrible, and I'm going to get into a spiritual escape from it by attaining nirvana. Then I'll really be obliterated. I have to work for my obliteration. It just won't come automatically with death. So it still will be a kind of, escapist attitude. But by reading and studying and developing the narrative in cultures which frankly are more spiritual and more enlightened than our Western materialist culture, and realizing that millions and hundreds of millions of people for thousands of years have felt embedded in continuity in a certain way, as if it were just common sense. And then one's sense of common sense shifts. So I'm not asking anyone actually to say, okay, now believe, say that you believe, or be born again and believe in former and future life and you'll be fine. I'm not saying that, and you'll be spiritual. I'm not saying that. I'm saying reflect upon what you do believe and how it's caused. Those people who read one of these books by these people from MIT or Harvard, who assure them, or the people who are attacking Eben Alexander, who said heaven is for real, there is life beyond the brain. And who are viciously attacking him, that he's just become primitive and superstitious and crazy and all this. But then what is the assurance of those people who are sure there is no continuity of consciousness beyond the brain? How did they discover that? What is their evidence? If they look at it, they realize very quickly there's no evidence at all. It's a pure dogmatic assertion. Because there can be no evidence that something can become nothing. No one will discover nothing. And that kind of an insight, and taking that and realizing, gee, I believe this, I've grown up thinking this, I live for the purpose of this life, as the Buddhists call it. I want to do everything in this life. I want to become a Buddha in this life. I want to become president in this life. I want to have all my pleasures in this life. I want to have all my fame in this life. Whatever it is they want, it's all just this life. And maybe there's something more to it. And so maybe they shouldn't sacrifice their quality of inner being just to get something for the now, for right now. And even they shouldn't even define being in the moment, which everyone agrees is a great thing. They shouldn't define that as a place outside of continuity. Maybe being in the moment is fully embracing the infinity of the moment, because in it are the causes of an infinite future for you and everyone you're connected with. The thread of connection between you and everyone and everything. That's the real moment, type of thing. So that's the thing. If one decides maybe that one's culture is benighted, I mean, we sit around. What do? We sit around. I always keep around me a copy of Al Gore's book, Our Choice, and even his recent one, which is, I forgot the title of the more recent one, because I have the Our Choice one more to hand. And we know we're wrecking the whole planet for everybody in it. And yet we say, and we say we care about them all. But somewhere, the people in the oil industry, the people in the science departments, the people here and there, they don't really think they're going to be there. And the people in the street. So, gee whiz, sorry, there's no more water, there's no more snow, there's no more trees because beetles have eaten them all. I mean, but, it's not going to be 30, 50 years, I'll be dead. George Bush said it, our president, a president that we had. somehow, whether we really elected him or not. He said, when he was asked about his legacy and his grandchildren, he said, "I don't care about it. I won't be there," he said. Now, I don't know whether that was a kind of spiritual escapism. He thinks he'll be in a heaven beyond the earth, and it won't matter to him what happens to whoever's on earth, or whether he thinks he'll be nothing, which is what scientific kosher belief is. And so we wonder why we don't take the actions we need now and sacrifice the comforts that we believe when people tell us we need this and that much energy, we need more coal-fired power plants, we need nuclear power. That's clean nuclear power, even though it will pollute things for hundreds of thousands of years. We believe it because there's no immediate smoke. So I think it's really, that's why I'm sorry, but that's my thing, is helping people, I feel, shift from the terminal lifestyle, which I think is actually self-destructive, and it closes off one's own horizons and inner things, and it's also, of course, destructive of the planet and of others. The terminal lifestyle is.
Yeah. Now, Robert, that whole explanation of what you call shifting to the infinite lifestyle is very helpful. What I'd like to understand is, in your view, in the model, if you will, that you work with, what's the progression from spiritual awakening in the way you've described it to something that we could call enlightenment, full enlightenment?
Well, that's the wonderful thing, because, of course, we fear being completely embedded in a continuum. It's sort of like we sort of melt, we're uncertain, we don't know what's going to happen to us, and it seems frightening to us at first. But the psychologies of these traditions that consider there is such a thing as enlightenment say, strangely, that when we completely commit to our interconnectedness, which is what, the famous teaching of selflessness or emptiness means. It doesn't mean that we are nothing, and it doesn't mean that we don't exist. It means that we are not anything disconnected from everything else. And when we fully and viscerally feel that, 100% connect to other beings, it is experienced through a feeling of utter bliss. And that seems counterintuitive, I do agree, in that at first, because we kind of think, gosh, it's like I fall into a soup, then I don't know where I am or what. Why would that be blissful? At first we would think, because we think that happiness is something that we kind of grasp and shout and go yippee and feel we possess. But on the other hand, if we really reflect about what experiences that we have, even look at the slang language, where, you went to the Beatles concert, or the Rolling Stones concert, how was it? And someone says, or you go to the Beethoven concert or the opera, and people say, I was blown away. Well, blown away means what? It means that I was lifted out of my sense of self, my habitual nagging, worrying about which seat am I in, am I comfortable, is this, well, or is this the best show? Are they singing right? Is this how I remember? Whatever. Am I hot? Am I cold? The usual way we are, defining and securing our position and worrying about it, whether it's right or wrong. All this. Blown away means we're temporarily lifted out of that inner monologue of self-concern, and we just merge with that music, that raga, that opera aria, that rock and roll song, that whatever it is, an aesthetic experience. You can say sexual experience as well. You can say the thrill of the roller coaster as well. Anything that where you're lifted out of yourself and you sort of melt your sense of rigid separation from the world, that's where pleasure is found, actually, and bliss is found. So they say that enlightenment is that supreme melting in such a way that one kind of merges with the infinite, not just with the concert or with this and that, but through such doorways with everything and everyone. and you then have an experience of yourself as everyone. Now, I always make a point here, a very interesting thing, where there are experiences where one feels one goes into a vast space, and one feels sort of lost in that vast space, and it's a pleasurable experience. It feels it's a release type experience, but it's also, and that one doesn't notice in the moment of that experience, that one is then separate from everything. In a way, it isn't in a way merging with everyone, but it's separate from everyone. But it feels more real than being a separated person with everyone. So people sort of say they come back from it because it doesn't last, and they come back from it and they say, wow, it was all one. It all was a vast light. It all was a vast space. It all was a vast freedom. That must have been emptiness, they'll even say. That must have been emptiness. That was my direct experience of emptiness. But, and here study is helpful. The inner science of Hinduism and Buddhism is helpful and Taoism, because if that oneness is a oneness where there is no one, so to speak, no one's home in that oneness, even though you dissolve into it, then it's a dualistic oneness, because it's apart from the manyness. And the true thing, non-duality, the Buddha experience is where that oneness is felt with everyone else present, with every differentiated thing present, sort of completely in a flat surface, where the oneness is something like the woof, or the warp, and the woof, I forget, I think the warp, and the woof is all of the beings woven into that warp. And that's the true bliss of non-duality, where wisdom is compassion and so forth. And that's what I'm still hoping for. And I think, I've had hinted experiences of that through feeling very connected, and I've had hinted experiences of that through feeling it all kind of disappear and melt away, and overcome a kind of fear that, whoops, maybe I'll be nothing, or I'll never come back, and even relishing sort of it all sort of melting away. So, but those are just hints. And the real thing is where this togetherness that we have, you and me, Tammy, and anyone listening, and everyone, and all the bad guys as well as the good guys, that in all universes, actually. And yet that is all the oneness, and that's all my body, the Buddha's Dharmakaya, the reality body, I mean, this is how, I don't claim that at all. I'm not claiming that. But I've had hints enough of the sort of two different facets that could be combined to lead to it, to be confident that there is such a thing. And that is the highest bliss, and that is the highest generosity and love and joy and freedom. I'm confident. And I'm going to get there, I'm sure. But most likely not this life.
And Robert, in your experience, you're actually knowing of people, not just reading about them. Is it possible to be in that state 24/7, all the time?
Yes, that's what a Buddha is. And I do believe His Holiness Dalai Lama has reached that. I don't think he was there when he was 29, when I first met him. Got to know him well. Actually, I saw him at 27, but when I met him really at 29, I don't think he was fully there. But I believe he has reached there. I kind of think my original older mentor, Mongolian Lama, was there, but I'm not sure as sure. And of course, I'm not really sure that even the Dalai Lama is there, because you can't be absolutely sure that someone is there, which means here, which means everywhere, unless you are, and I don't claim to be. And so, I wouldn't sell it short, so short as to think that where I am is it. But and someone might challenge me, that's my problem, and maybe it is. But I have other problems too, no doubt. But I feel he is, actually. I really do. And I have not felt that about anyone else. I felt others close to it, I've seen actually quite a few spiritual people who I'm pretty sure have had that complete abstraction oneness experience, what I call the little bit cheap oneness, where it's all one but no one's there. I'm afraid, I know that's a great experience, and it's very mind-blowing. It's a very necessary one, but people who get attached to it and think, because I experienced that, I now am enlightened and I'm higher than those who have not experienced that. Those people, I think, have a real problem. The Zen have a good expression for them. They say they're trapped in the demon ghost cave of thinking they grasped emptiness. They grasped freedom, which of course is not possible. It's in a way the last way station to non-duality is having a dualistic experience of freedom. It's a kind of way station. It's one of the high way stations. But if you grasp that as ultimate and then cling to it, it's a total block. And people who get like that and go around thinking mostly, I'm enlightened, they tend to behave badly, actually, unfortunately. We've seen a lot of it in this country, and there's a lot of it been seen in Asia, too, and everywhere.
Robert, I just have one final question for you. Some people say that more and more people are awakening spiritually, and yet when you talked about the ecological crisis in the world today, I think a lot of people might say, really? Is that really happening? I don't see evidence of it in the way we're living. What's your view? Are more and more people waking up?
I think so. I just read in Greenpeace's, end-of-year piece, Emma Thompson going to the Arctic with her 14-year-old daughter and really getting on board of it all. I'm sure she was before, but viscerally beginning to feel it. I actually do think that. I think there's a strange thing that's paradoxical going on in the culture now, which is that many individual people, and not just the American culture, but we may be, in a way, a leader because we also may be a leader in the wrong direction on the other level of this paradox. But more and more people, individuals, through maybe a kind of morphic resonance and maybe by the lessons being dished out by reality, by Mother Nature herself, are beginning to realize that, war is completely ridiculous, waste of everything, and it accomplishes nothing. They're beginning to realize that, big abstractions are not getting there. They're beginning to realize that they have responsibility. They're beginning to realize that, that love is a value, should be Christmas every day. Everyone's Scrooge is getting visits from ghosts of Christmas future and so on. I think it's more and more happening. But on a funny level, there's this elite which are inherited from past century, in world wars and monarchs and power and machinery and in industrial militarism and industrial consumerism and stuff, sitting on top of this, poor things, actually, very frustrated and feeling very isolated and frantically convincing themselves that they're really having a ball with this luxury thing, this and this expenditure, that, and this third wife and fourth husband and whatever, and fabulous cars and planes and whatever they have. But actually very isolated from grandma and sort of the grandma world, And they are pushing everyone off the cliff, along with themselves, kind of heedlessly. And the people who are seeing the foolishness of it do not yet have a way of embracing those elite and getting them to kind of calm down and don't feel fear and sort of embrace it, And so this is the paradox we're in, and it's a very dire paradox. I mean, an extreme example could be seen in the last Bush era, of that stupid destruction and turmoil in the Middle East that he created with this false criminal invasion, And we can see it at the moment in Putin's behavior, this ex-KGB guy or actual continuing KGB guy, who couldn't embrace Russia turning to fun, turning to joy, turning to getting away from the fanatic, dictatorship of the proletariat and getting into, well, let's have a little bit of let's have a big screen TV and look at nature. Let's preserve Siberia forest. Let's clean up the mess that was made by Brezhnev destroying the Sea of Azov, etc. You know what I mean? He couldn't bear that, so he used the elite power and criminality to redominate that country and wants to put it back, and he wants to be czar, you know. Not just to back into communism, he wants to be czar of the Russian Empire. And very, very dangerous to all of us. So I think this is the paradox, is that at least in my lifetime, from what I've seen, and I think maybe latter half of 20th century in general, people have been waking up to the futility of all sorts of, violence, greed, things, and a massive spiritual awakening, which is global, I think, everywhere. And leadership has been felt threatened by this and rushing in the wrong direction. And the mass of people have not, since they don't want to do, 100 years ago, the mass of people were in a similar thing with the robber barons and the Gilded Age and Barbara Tuchman's book, The Proud Tower, pre-World War I. The mass of people had to have violent revolutions and wars and things. And now we know that doesn't work. So it's sort of, they realize nonviolence is the way, but how do you get these violent leaders to respond to nonviolence? Nobody knows. But luckily, nobody is major choosing to go the path of violence. The ISIS is like some crazy ancient going the path of violence, but that's not the awakening I'm talking about. I'm talking about the awakening of those people like the 400,000, which could have been 4 million probably if others had the logistics and the means and everything, who walked in New York, on the environment in September. And there were millions worldwide. And I believe that's the paradox of the time, And what we have to do, I guess, is that wonderful book by the guy who wrote The Blessed. What was it? The Blessed.
Paul Hawken, Blessed Unrest.
Yeah, it's Paul Hawken's beautiful book about all the many things happening under the surface, all the NGOs and all the beautiful things being done in a small scale, local, here, everywhere. And he's really touching that and showing that. But we never get to see that in the main media. There was no, CNN absolutely had not 1 second of coverage of the 400,000 person environmentalist march, because they have their oil industry and energy industry advertisers and owners, and they don't show it. So this is the paradox of our time. So the key thing that we must do as ordinary folk is not to become despaired and discouraged, and not to use the excuse that we are powerless and there's nothing we can do about these lunatics, or even that the poor lunatics are, just incorrigible, because they aren't. They're actually not happy, but they don't know how to find the right kind of embrace. They're isolated and paranoid. So anyway, that's my thought about it. I'm a Pollyanna on the ground, and I'm a doomsday up in the stratosphere of the elite.
Well, what I'd say, Robert, which is what you identified the first time I met you, you're a fabulous Type A Bodhisattva in action. Thank you.
I don't know. Not always. Now and then I have my moments.
Thank you
Good
Thank you for being part of our series on waking up. What does it really mean? Thank you. Waking Up is available as a free series for a short time only in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. If you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/waking up. SoundsTrue.com. Many voices, one journey. Thanks for listening. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? a series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features Mark Nepo, a New York Times #1 best-selling author, poet, and philosopher. As a cancer survivor, Mark devotes his writing and teaching to the journey of inner transformation and the life of relationship. Mark's the author of the Book of Awakening, Having the Life You Want by Being Present to the Life You Have, and has created with Sounds True the audio programs Reduced to Joy, The Journey from Our Head to Our Heart, and Staying Awake, The Ordinary Art. Mark, welcome.
Thank you. It's always great to be with you.
Getting right to it, our series here on Waking Up explores spiritual awakening from many different perspectives. And so to begin with, how do you define spiritual awakening?
Well, for me, I think that spiritual awakening is an opening that comes and returns constantly in our lives. I don't believe personally in an arrived state of awakening or enlightenment. I feel like I've come to understand that enlightenment is that we carry a light within, and then the human being that carries that is in the mud and breaking trails and getting groceries and misunderstanding each other and going through pain and confusion and fear. And so, in the same way that light will make its way through a thicket of trees and underbrush, and you'll have patches where light is there and light is not. Well, the light's always showing. The light never stops. But it's the growth and the movement of the trees and the underbrush that make the patches of light show. And so that's our humanity, and so our awakening is, as we move through the life of experience, we come in and out of the light coming out of us. And it's those moments that inform the rest of the time. So I see spiritual awakening as a progression of moments that were, by love and suffering, we're worn and broken and loved open, and the light comes out. And then our purpose of our consciousness and of our effort is to incorporate that in the times that we don't feel lighted. And each time we get more and more that we can bring our light into the world.
Now, Mark, I'm going to be a little challenging here, which is there's a quote from your work: "Those who wake are the students. Those who stay awake are the teachers." And yet the way that you're describing this coming and going, being aware of the light, if you will, and then it being hidden, what do you mean then by staying awake? What do you mean? Who are the teachers? Who's staying awake?
There's a third. Thank you for quoting that. And there's a third line to it, which is important, which is how we take turns. Those who wake are the teachers, and those who wake are the students, and those who stay awake are the teachers, and how we take turns. And so what I mean by that is simply and humbly, not that we permanently stay awake, but that we stay awake a little longer. So today I might be awake, for a little bit, and then I trip and fall down, and you're awake longer. So for today, you're the teacher. And tomorrow it might not be so long that you're opening. You might get something in your heart's eye and can't quite open it, and you're squinting. And tomorrow I might be clear. I might be clear for half a day. So then tomorrow I'm the teacher, and how we take turns. So I think one of the humble things, and one of the kind of devotions really, is how do we get strength from what we know for the times that we're bumbling, for the times that we don't feel quite awake. That, I say, oh my God, I was so clear yesterday, and today I feel like a fool. Well, we're not, but our eyes dilate and constrict. We blink how many times a day? And, when we breathe, we expand and contract our lungs. And the heart and mind also expand and contract. And when they expand and when we inhale and the heart opens, we're more awake. And in that, it's just like waves at sea, that they crest and then they dip. And when they crest, on the top of a wave, you can see forever. But in the belly of the wave, you can't see very much. And so I think that we're in these rhythms of wakefulness. And so I think the kind of devotion to the spiritual journey is not to place too much importance on any one part, but to stay committed to the whole journey. And that I can learn from you when you're more awake today than I am.
Now, this is a very democratized, if you will, very humble, very sweet way of looking at awakening. And yet I want to press a little bit, because it does seem, Mark, that through your cancer journey, that there was a process of transformation that you went through that left you very different than before you began that journey. And that is part of what has really gifted you and put you in a situation where you can be so helpful to so many people because of what you went through. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. And so as we're doing this, which I love, is part of the wakefulness and the journey of spiritual awakening is that, as I believe, and you and I have talked, that all things are true. And so part of spiritual awakening is that we gather meaning. We don't choose between meanings. So what we just talked about is true, and now you're bringing us to another part of the conversation in which we're gathering more meaning. And so I invite, our listeners not to feel like they have to choose between them. So in addition to what we just spoke about, and yes, I have also experienced that there are experiences, thresholds we move through that rearrange us, that open us in a more permanent way. And then, yes, during the living, we're constricting and dilating and all the things we just spoke about. But there are things that happen to us that just turn us inside out and upside down. For me, it was cancer. It just as easily could be wonder or being loved completely when you've never been loved before, or discovering what your gift is and giving yourself to it completely, whether that's gardening or fixing cars or caring for children or writing or painting or being a great interviewer like you are and a great listener. So, I think that we are broken and worn open because experience erodes us closer to our gift. And once our gift is exposed, it's our job to keep it out in the open. So this is another level of spiritual awakening. Whatever I think I'm doing, and this leads us into, for a moment, a conversation about, and I've been shifting how I hold this as I've been getting older, about dreaming and our dreams and our goals and our ambitions, because they're all wonderful and they're all helpful. It's wonderful to work toward things. It's wonderful to have a dream, to have a goal. But I know in my life, and I think that we all hold on to them too tightly, that actually I don't believe anymore that they're the end point. I think they're the kindling for the fire of our wakefulness. And it's, I need to work towards something to be awakened, to be engaged, to be involved, so that, the purpose of our gifts, the purpose of our dreams, I think now the purpose of those gifts and dreams and goals and ambitions is to exercise the heart to inhabit its aliveness. It's not really about whether we get the dream or not. Often our dreams don't come true, but by working toward them, sometimes we come true. And that's more important.
Now, there's a couple things I want to tease out of what you've just said. One thing you mentioned is this statement, it's all true, and that we can gather meaning as we listen. And I think that might be very helpful for our listeners who are hearing so many different views of spiritual awakening that they might be having the experience, I need to choose. I align myself with this teacher or that teacher. This one's right. And you're actually saying, we can hold all of them as part of our sense of becoming a wiser person. They're all true. So say a little bit more about that.
I think we can absorb all of them rather than hold all of them. And I think because, part of the thing is when we are even the slightest bit awakened, I believe that the soul's only interest is for us to be as alive as possible. And so our most primal calling inwardly is to follow the call of aliveness. And because we're changing all the time and we're dynamic beings, that changes. Today it might be I'm reading something. Tomorrow it might be some music I never heard. Today I might be gardening. Tomorrow I might be writing. And so that the aliveness of our soul is really our career. And where that happens is our occupation. So to really follow our aliveness is really the career of awakening. And yes, all things, when I say all things are true, I don't mean all things are fair or all things are just, but that all things contain truth. All things touch us. And by staying in relationship with everything, we gather meaning. We absorb and gather and integrate and become more whole and move to the surface. So I think that, and this leads us into what paradox is about, because paradox is any moment where more than one thing is true at the same time. And we need to feel that and not, we think our mind wants to choose. I have to choose between these two things that seem true. And that's because the mind can't solve paradox. The heart can only open and absorb these things so that a deeper logic of spirit shows itself. And that we, by being open, can then hold multiple truths. I think we're asked, I think one of the rewards for continuing a life of awakening is that we start to absorb and integrate what we experience rather than sort and prioritize what we experience. We've been taught, from an early age, let's sort, prioritize, analyze, and choose what's most important. But you know what? The journey of life, that's not how I've experienced life. Life has continually broken me more and more open beyond what I thought I could be broken open. And with a larger and more open heart, I've just been asked to let more things in and let them kind of mix into a life stew. And what's amazing is that I'm able to feel more deeply and connect more broadly to life because of that.
Okay. Now, the other thing I wanted to tease out was that you mentioned that your cancer journey did, in fact, leave you forever changed in certain kinds of ways. And I'd like to know how did it leave you changed?
Well, I mean, two things immediately come to me, and that is, one is that it forever, when I woke up on the other side, and this was through no wisdom on my part. I'd like to say I made some wise choices. No, I just was blessed to still be here and just rearranged. And part of the rearrangement was that, I always kind of believed in the same worldview, but before my cancer experience, I talked about my heart, but I was much more in my head. And on the other side, my heart, everything was lower. I was experiencing everything from my heart and not my head. And since then, which has been 27 years ago, my mind has served my heart and not the other way around. The mind is a great, great tool, but it should rarely be given the keys to the car. The heart is the driver. And that's changed how I've done everything, how I see the world, how I experience the world, how I write, how I teach, how I learn, how I love, and how I listen. And I think one other thing that really is that, and this leads to the all things are true, is that, I went into my cancer journey. I was in my 30s, and I was raised Jewish, and I was a mystical Jewish poet raised by atheistic cultural Jews. And I was blessed to have people from all traditions offer some kind of healing for me, even people I didn't know. And so to wake up still here, talk about spiritual awakening, to still be here, I was not, and am still not, all these years later, wise enough to know what worked and what didn't. And so I was challenged to simply believe in everything. And my journey and commitment ever since has been to be a student of all paths of awakening, to be committed to praising the common center of spirit that all paths come from, and to lift up the unique gifts that all paths offer. And I would say likewise about people, to honor the common light of awakening that's in all people, and to lift up. And all of my teaching really is about praising that common light, offering ways to access it, and then introducing people to their unique individual gifts and their own wisdom.
So as you talk about awakening, you're leaning heavily on this metaphor of light streaming in, the light, the light in us, the light streaming in. And I'd be curious if instead of talking about it quite so metaphorically, if you could help me understand more specifically what awakening means to you, Mark. Does it mean, it seems like it means a lot of things, living more from your heart. Tell me more.
So let's talk about it in terms of, and when I say light, I mean light coming from within out and from within out in. So let's talk about, so what awakening means to me, and I guess I appreciate your question, because it helps me surface this fundamental belief I have, or experience, that everything in life has an inner quality that is, in the same way that gravity is always pulling things to the earth, I think there is a spiritual force that emanates from everything that's in the universe. And that emanation of that unseeable life force coming out of everything is spirit. And so awakening to me are all the different processes, both willful commitment of learning and growing and listening and loving, and the processes that we don't look for, that break us open, that erode us, that wear us down, that jar us into seeing, anything that lets that spirit emanate out of our being into the world, that's awakening. And the sensation of it coming out of us is the sensation of being completely alive, of being in moments of complete aliveness. So when I love you, that spirit that's inside me is being drawn to come through my being, through my heart, through my mind, through my body, to come out from in out, and it makes me tremble. And it makes me know I'm alive. So to me, that anything, the sensation of that innate, timeless force of life, which I call spirit, that anything that allows that, or forces it, or coaxes it, or pulls it from inside out, those are processes of awakening, and the sensation is us being brought into our most wondrous moments of aliveness.
Now, I've heard some people talk about spiritual awakening as bringing with it a shift in identity. And I'm curious how that lands for you, this idea of a shift in identity.
Well, I think for what that means for me is, of course, each of us has an identity. We are a person. We have a container. But I think our identity is really the container of that force we call spirit. And so, the container can change through time. But my real identity is my relationship with that force that I was born with, that entered me when I was born and that will leave me when I die. And so one of the key relationships we need to tend to, that's my real identity, not what the outer container looks like or what you call me, or if I'm called a poet or a teacher or a husband or a father or a son. These are places that the energy shows itself. But my identity is really my ongoing relationship and conversation with the force that gives me life.
Now, Mark, a lot of people have an idea that if they awaken spiritually, and that the more spiritually awakened they become, that they'll suffer less. Maybe they won't even suffer at all. And I'm curious, that got a good laugh. And I'm curious to know, what's your view of awakening and the experience of suffering?
Well, awakening encompasses suffering. And it also, suffering is one of those processes that brings the spirit into the world. And unfortunately, and fortunately, we, from the beginning of time, human beings have wanted to say, I'd really only like it if the nice things would draw the spirit out into the world. I don't really want to suffer, and I don't want to be broken open. I'll work hard at opening, okay? But it doesn't work that way. That life as a whole, as a completeness, life has suffering and love and wonder and difficulty all braided and tangled in one. And we can't separate them any more than we can separate the hydrogen and oxygen in water and still drink it. It would no longer be water and it wouldn't be quenching. So, I think that what we've lost faith in our age is in the resilience of the fullness of the human experience. we really, and there's been a whole tradition that you started to speak of people who, throughout history, who have wanted to transcend out of here, And, when I was young, I was of that camp, and then I got cancer, and there was no transcending out of anywhere. The only way out was through, and the only place to transcend was here. And so rather than transcending our life asks us to open the one life we have and trust that what we are born with in our heart and our full being can actually process and absorb all of it, and that we don't come into a full awakening unless we're wholehearted. And being wholehearted means you can't get, I'm not advocating suffering, but it's more like spiritual physics. It's just like, everything in the natural world faces friction and erosion. Well, that's what suffering is for human beings. We can't escape that. We have to learn how to move through it in a wholehearted way. And I think life has been made just hard enough that we need each other to ensure the journey of love.
Now I'm curious, Mark, in terms of this conversation about awakening, how you view time and the experience of time. And I say that because once you and I were talking at dinner, and I was asking you about what's it like to be getting so much attention for your books and your work, and your career has been on such a rise in the past couple of years. And you made this comment to me. You said, Tammy, ever since my cancer journey, I know that eternity is in this moment. I'm not looking ahead. I'm not looking for something better to happen in the future. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about that awakening and the experience of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think, we're drawn constantly in the surface world to move through time. But what happens with experience is that we're really asked to open time and enter it. And great love and great suffering do that. And I think to go back to the suffering piece and the love piece, okay, and I'll give you an example, okay, an example that holds this thought, this insight. And it was when my father was dying, and you and I talked about that in this last year. And I was with him, and I had lots of time alone with him in the hospital, which was precious. And I was sitting there, and I was, feeding him applesauce, and I was really never thought I'd be feeding my father, and I was trying to really make sure that the spoon would just gently kind of, go in his mouth and not really, disturb him or be uncomfortable. And in that moment, time opened. And what happened when it opened is I was in a moment where, I had many years where I was estranged from my father. But in that moment, we had the closeness of a lifetime. And in that moment, not only did we have the closeness of a lifetime, but as I stayed in that moment, as I entered it further and didn't run from it, all of a sudden I was in the moment of every son or daughter who ever fed a dying parent. And in that moment, I felt eternity, and I felt company. And so I use this as an example to say when I can enter the moment that I'm given to the bottom of my feeling, to the bottom of my personality, I touch into the moment of everyone else who is ever in that moment. And that place where the bottom of what I'm feeling touches the place where everyone else who ever lived shared in their own yet different moment, that's the beginning of resilience. So we can't have resilience by skipping over our suffering. We can only start to get resilience by opening what we're given and entering it to the bottom wholeheartedly, where we find this amazing mystical company of everyone who ever lived.
Now, you talked, Mark, about awakening as a movement, if you will, of following the call of aliveness. And I'd love to know more how that actually works for you. How do you follow the call of aliveness?
Well, one thing is within my writing and my work, which is really a lifelong being a student inquiring into life, not one of the books I've written is the book I started. Not one. And this is one of the hardest things to teach young writers or young artists, is that once I find the aliveness, the part that brings me alive, and I pursue it, I need to keep pursuing it and just follow what has energy and interest and wonder and curiosity, and not try to put it in a box or a container, and just trust and follow it. Now, outside of my writing, it's the same thing in teaching, which is really just being with people and in an honest and real way, is that the more I follow the aliveness, the more I don't know where the space is going to go between us when we're together. It just becomes all very live. And I think even more broadly, for me, I have through the years, I was drawn into a period where I worked on Japanese woodblock, traditional Japanese woodblock printmaking. And I think mostly I wound up getting into that because the carving, my father was a woodworker and I got into the carving. But I was just drawn into that and I immersed myself in it. And for a while I was drawn to, I'm not a musician at all, but I was drawn to learn and play a little bit on the piano. And, so I'm just drawn wherever it takes. I was just in Seattle a little while ago, and Susan and I it's a very kind of just fun example of following aliveness. And it was Susan, we were walking around, and I actually was kind of heavy-hearted that day, and it was a sunny day in Seattle, which is rare. And we were walking in the city, and on a horizon by the harbor, Susan saw an enormous Ferris wheel. And she just kind of spontaneously said, "Hey, let's find it. Let's go ride that Ferris wheel." And I was heavy-hearted. I said, "Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay." And so we walked, and about 30, 40 minutes later, we got to the pier by the harbor. We got tickets, and we went up onto this Ferris wheel, looking over the Puget Sound. And it was totally awakening and enlivening for me. It brought me back to my aliveness. And then we started to wonder with fresh eyes, what on earth is this thing we're on that's called a Ferris wheel? And that's led me to actually do some research, like who on earth thought about doing all this work to actually build a bridge into a circle that moves. So, and this will bring us back to awakening. So it was a guy named George Ferris who built it for the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago. And if I could, which I can, I'd love to have a conversation with this guy and see what on earth led you to put all this work into doing this. So what is a Ferris wheel if not a metaphor for awakening and education? Because what does it do? It serves no practical purpose. What it does is it takes you from ground consciousness to sky consciousness and back to the ground, where you have to take what you saw from above and re-enter your life. That's the journey of all awakening. Whatever it is that brings us from ground consciousness to sky consciousness, but then the important thing, we have no choice but to re-enter our lives on the ground, but with the wakefulness of what we saw from above, with that expanded sense of awareness. All of that from Susan saying, "Hey, let's go get on that Ferris wheel."
Now, Mark, I just have one final question for you, because, I could imagine someone listening who says, this has been a little disappointing for me in some ways. Awakening's not some grand breakthrough where I'm not going to suffer anymore. It's a lifelong process without a destination where sometimes I'm the teacher and sometimes I'm the student. Oh gosh, you mean sometimes I'm the student? It's about relationships in my heart. Okay, wow, this sounds like kind of living a good human life. It doesn't sound like some rocket ship to heaven, listening to Mark. And so I'd be curious to know, just here at the end, if you could, in your view, help me understand what awakening does deliver and what it doesn't deliver. If you were just to close with, here's what in my experience it does deliver and what it doesn't.
Well, what awakening delivers is that it allows us the privilege and honor of being fully alive, holding nothing back, and in living our particular life, we touch into all of life and all of time. It makes everything we think we could rocket ship to is right here when we can awaken to it. What it doesn't do, and what it will never do, is get us out of here. We are spirits born in bodies in time on earth, in this messy, magnificent journey of being human. And what awakening does do is it allows us to discover heaven here on earth. It's right here. And, that's only disappointing if we've invested in life being other than where we are. And that is a condition we can recover from.
I've been speaking with Mark Nepo as part of Sounds True's series on waking up. What does it really mean? Waking Up is available as a free series for a short time only in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. And if you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/waking up. SoundsTrue.com, many voices, one journey. Mark, thank you so much. As always, I always love talking to you.
Oh, thank you. Me too. I could talk to you for hours.
Thanks, everyone, for listening. This episode of Waking Up features renowned Christian contemplative, author, retreat leader, and self-described Episcopal hermit priest, Cynthia Bourgeault. Cynthia is the author of The Wisdom Jesus and has created with Sounds True an audio series on encountering the wisdom Jesus, as well as a series on singing the Psalms. Cynthia, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Good to be here.
Now, to begin, what I would love to know is if you have a personal working definition, if you will, for spiritual awakening. What does spiritual awakening mean to you?
Well, I guess I would say it represents to me going from a smaller and more constricted state of consciousness / heart consciousness to a larger and less constricted one. That, for me, basically, most of the time we're working on autopilot in our small ego self with our heart battened right down. And anything that calls our attention and invites us to move into a larger and more spacious interior place is, for me, an awakening.
Now, some people, when they talk about spiritual awakening, describe it as something that has happened to them, as in it happened, it's done, it's over. And yet when I hear what you just offered, it sounds more like a process of moving into that awakened state again and again and again. So I'm curious what you think about that. Do you think there's such a thing as like...
I think it's a continuous awakening. It's always really kind of struck me that we work particularly in the West today with so many kind of Eastern models of awakening being a single, non-reversible state. But the awakening seems to come almost with every breath is the opportunity to move from a state of sleep to a state of awakening. And, what it really impresses me more and more as I go on is that something seems to call us back. We fall asleep constantly. We get tunnel vision on our own little stuff, and something seems to cut through, wake us up, this is my life I'm living now, and momentarily resettle us in a larger place. And then we cruise back to sleep again, and then boom, something wakes us up. So I think it has this kind of continuous dynamic quality to it rather than this one state, boom, major epiphany and nothing ever has to follow characteristic. At least that's so for me.
Do you think it's possible that someone could be, in an awakened state, quote unquote, 24/7, all of the time? That's their experience all of the time.
I wouldn't be able to comment. There's an old truism from the inner traditions that says the lower state is not capable of commenting on or understanding the higher state. From my point of view, placing myself solidly with the lower state, I can't see how it would be possible to live in a state of continuous, permanent awakening, particularly so since part of the gift happens at the moment in the dynamism of reawakening. I don't know why one would want to be in steady state when it's so much more spiritually powerful to actually awaken. But I don't know. I have not been in any of those practices that really sort of set that as a goal and then really move people towards the path of it. I've watched practitioners that I've known more primarily in other traditions than Christianity come to what looks to me like a pretty close temporal approximation of that. Like I've never seen them grouchy, niggardly, self-preoccupied, and myopic. But that's only because I haven't seen it. It doesn't mean that everybody doesn't have their downtime.
Mm-hmm. Now, as a Christian contemplative, in your understanding of Jesus and the life of Jesus, if someone said, well, Jesus was someone who seemed to be an awakened master, always in the awakened state, how would you respond to that?
I would say that from what we have recorded to us in the traditions, which are, of course, highly edited and reflected upon traditions, it would seem that the finger is pointing us to think that way. Whether the alleged, my God, why have you abandoned me," as the last words uttered on the cross, represents a fall from an awakened state or simply somebody's interpretation, I can't tell. But there is certainly a suggestion there that Jesus probably came as close as anybody in our tradition to approximating that state of 24/7 awakeness.
Now, you've been talking about how awakening is referred to in Eastern traditions, and I'm curious to know, within the Christian framework, if you could tell me more how you would describe spiritual awakening in Christian terms. What would be the language and the framework?
Yeah, it's a little bit like comparing apples to oranges. The classic statement of it in the Christian tradition is Jesus' comments in John 3 to Nicodemus, "You must be born again." Either, from water and the Spirit, as some translations say, or you must be born from above, as others probably more accurately say. So it seems that Jesus was very, very deeply and powerfully into a developmental model where human beings move from a lower state that's typically described in Christian language as sinful, meaning self-preoccupied and therefore capable of doing violence to self and others, to a state which is magnanimous and kind and loving and compassionate. But typically in the classic spiritual traditions of Christianity that tend to put the most emphasis on this "you must be born again" quote, it's associated specifically with a single kind of charismatic awakening and then baptism. And so you get that kind of dramatic St. Paul falling off his horse on the road to Damascus, single state that is often now equated with accepting Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior. And I think that's a very, very different message from what Jesus himself was putting out. But Christianity in general, in its mystical traditions, doesn't have a tradition of awakening that corresponds exactly to the Eastern versions of attaining an enlightened state of consciousness. Basically, because the Christian practical emphasis is basically on kenosis or descent rather than ascent, and is much less interested in states of consciousness than in states of heart. The capacity of a fully awakened person would be the demonstrated capacity to love your neighbor as yourself. And there doesn't seem to be any teaching that would equate this with a level of consciousness that you would call non-dual or any of those things. So that's why I said it's like comparing apples to oranges, because it always slightly violates the integrity of the whole way that Christians compute reality, to try and subscribe states of ascending consciousness to what's really for them states of expanding heart.
And that's such an interesting distinction. And I'm curious if you can tell me more about states of expanding heart, how I might be able to track that in my own life. Oh, more and more expansiveness in my heart. What would be some ways of investigating that?
Well, just for a key to begin with, that the Eastern Orthodox tradition is very, very, insistent that the whole point of spiritual practice is to put the mind in the heart. And I find myself that there's some very, very interesting correlatives now coming from places like the Heart Math Institute and other places where neurological science would tend to look at this as actually having an MRI printout, that there is heart-brain entrainment. When the mind is in the heart would mean literally the brain frequency and the heart frequency are in sync, entrained to the heart frequency. So I think there's an objective and measurable, quantifiable correlative here. But I think it would generally be experienced as a subjective state, as the capacity, first of all, at the sensate level of non-constriction, non-defendedness, non-bracing, and at the emotional level as the capacity to know yourself in real sympathetic resonance, non-boundaried and not resisting, the need, the want, the energy field of another human being or all sentient beings. It's that openness and that willingness to entrain and not protect one's own turf or be defended in one's own turf.
Beautiful. Now, earlier, Cynthia, you talked about the joy of reawakening again and again. I mean, you seem to talk about it as something that was actually precious, valuable. And I think a lot of people experience something that they would describe more as the pain of finding themselves again and again in an unawakened state versus emphasizing this joy of reawakening. And so I wonder if you can talk a little bit about that, why actually you seem to find joy in the dynamism instead of defeat in the dynamism.
Well, I think it's really looking at things as the glass half full or half empty. And most of us, when we work on a steady state model, measure it that awakening is something we have to get to, and that when we fall asleep, we've slipped off the wagon. And so it gets really hooked up all along at every point on the way with tapes of self-evaluation, which I think is what makes it so difficult, and also the idea of self-motivation. We're doing it ourselves. I think when you flip the coin around and realize that our real subjective experience when we're actually on a path is always forgetting, and then something reminds us that there is, I believe, a real alchemical energy that's released in the moment that we move from a constricted state to a larger one. So I think that's absolute. And then moreover, the beginning to trust that something calls us back and will call us back, and that something in the universe is working with us when we undertake to do this generous act of awakening on behalf of not just our own skins but the whole cosmos. That we're not playing in an isolated field. That there is some partner and partnering. And I don't want to go to that immediately into sort of theistic projections, because I'm not talking about that. It might be our own deepest self. It might be a DNA that's programmed into us from the start. But we do, along with the feeling that and the increasing trust that something calls us back, we begin to understand in a very, very deep way that the universe is for us. And so that becomes a fountain of compassion, because as we experience that ourselves, and we realize that in the very act of being called back, there's forgiveness, there's recreation. Then, of course, the joy flows, and it's a joy that's completely detached from pride. I haven't done it myself. I haven't bootstrapped myself. I'm working with a partner, and this is mysterious and wonderful.
What at this point in your life would you say is the self when you use that word, self? What does that mean to you?
Well, I've been talking more and more in my recent kind of investigations, beginning sort of almost impromptu with an interview with Terry Patton last summer, about my bell rack of selves. That you can perfectly, easily, and quantifiably experience yourself. I experience 4 major selves within me, which I call the nafs. It's a Sufi word meaning the false self, but the little provisional, time-bound, largely neurotic self. The soul, which is kind of our deepest way of reaching ourselves and touching ourselves using our egoic brain, and the heart and spirit. And these all have different and legitimate stakes in our being. And so while basically the drift in my own way is to find, the default position where my pendulum comes to rest more and more in witnessing presence, I know that all of these characters are part of the facets of my diamond as I present in this life, and that I'm not experiencing them as a hierarchy anymore. It took me a long time to disentangle myself from the map that said the lower had to be dismantled or dissolved, and then you lived sort of permanently out of the upper ones. I don't find that to be true or even at this point helpful. I love the kind of interplay and interweaving of finite and infinite in the human soul, and I would say that that's where I locate for myself the experiential self of this point.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's so interesting to me, Cynthia, because I think most people would say that they can relate to this idea of a false self, but that they find their false self the thing they want to get rid of, get away from, that they're definitely working in a hierarchical model. Like the false self stinks, basically. I want to get rid of it. I don't like it. Mm-hmm. You're saying something quite different.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think each of these characters from their own level is really very devoted to our well-being. And what struck me as I finally came to terms with some of the manifestations of false self and moved beyond wanting to dissolve it, is that the false self in a person is a wonderful testament to that ferocious, fierce will to live. That you find people who have undergone such horrendous traumatic experiences, particularly in early childhood, and however the neurotic self develops in response to that, it's an incredible testimony to the human will to live despite adversity. And the false self, in a funny way, is our defender that allows us to be in life. And I've found over and over in discernment that it carries the energy pack, and that if you try to use your higher selves to meld or dissolve it, you wind up sabotaging yourself all the time. It's a broad, wide open door to spiritual dissociation. So I found the way of honoring the false self and really kind of forgiving it and being grateful to it for the work it's done to me is something that I can do when I when I basically am living stably in that kind of witnessing bandwidth. But it allows me to stop being at war with my own household.
Mm-hmm. And I want to make sure that I understand the distinctions between all four of these selves. I think I get the false self and how you're referring to it in a very redemptive way, I might say. Help me understand the distinctions in your experience between soul, heart, and spirit.
Well, soul is the one I'm working on most, it's still actively in practice. And but soul is one of these terms that people use in so many different ways that it would almost be helpful to have a moratorium on the term until we all got our definitions on the same page. So as I'm currently using this in my own work, I realize that soul, as I see it, is the deepest sense of myself derived from running my sort of small self, rational and cognitive emotions, which perceive by differentiation. So when I look at my soul, I generate using all those things that Thomas Aquinas calls my faculties. I use my memory, my will, my reason, my emotions, to get a real feeling for myself from the outside, and even to some degree as a finite creature in time, with a kind of artful shape, like a painting that I'm gradually painting over the course of my life and the canvas of earthly time allotted to me. So it's a beautiful kind of picture of myself, which I derive from using all these wonderful gifts, the cataphatic faculties, as they're known in the Christian tradition. When you move to heart and spirit, you're definitely into the apophatic self. It's not concerned with the picture of me. It has no use whatsoever for narrative. It has no particular interest in keeping track of a little person through time or measuring this archetypal characteristics. It couldn't give it a damn if it's an Enneagram 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It lives in the sensate, I'd almost say the etheric sensate, reality of the expanded present. It lives beyond time, as the Cloud of Unknowing author says. It pays attention not to what you are, but that you are. And I think that that I find that when spirit and soul really come together in my being, it's heart that brings them together, which is a mediating and almost invisible method of weaving the temporal and the eternal in the human finite container.
And to help me understand in the context of spiritual awakening, how would you describe spiritual awakening with these four selves in mind?
Well, I think it's the heart that receives the mediations of spirit and directs them to the finite being. So very often, I think that an awakening experience can start from anywhere and will typically start from spirit, but it's when it enters heart that it then can spread out and integrate and soak through the whole of the being so that everything's on the same page. Heart is really interested in having the whole being awakening as an integrated body, heart, soul person in time. It's not doing the variation on the beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life here that has so dominated Platonic models. It's integrative, it's situational, it's tender, it's relational.
Now, one of the things I'm curious about, Cynthia, is a lot of times when people talk about spiritual awakening, they'll refer to this moment in time, something shifted in me. Previous to this, I was more identified with my separate self, but then something happened. And they're actual events or, things that happened. And other times people are like, look, it's just been a gradual dawning process. I can't point to any specific experience in time or event that happened that I could say previously I was less awakened than I am now. And I'm curious how you would talk about it in terms of your own biography, in terms of your own life. Have there been these critical shifting moments?
Yeah, I would say it's both and. I think there's a tendency throughout the tradition to confuse mystical states of oneness with contemplative or unitive vision, which for me would be basically the more or less stabilized awakened state. And I think mystical states are a place you go to, and an awakened consciousness is a place you come from. And so the mystical events, the expanded states, the decisive things that turn corners, become very, very profound transmitters of that taste of the expanded. But then I think it's the work of the slow, gradual, steady, incremental integration to make a place where that can remain within us, to really build a spiritual and also a neurological basis so that awakened consciousness can remain as the seat of our identity and not just an occasional mystical high.
Now tell me more what you mean by that neurological basis, as if that's something that has to be cultivated over time?
Yeah, I think that basically before you can really talk about an awakened state in anything other than just a chance mystical experience here and there, that the person basically has to be running the non-dual operating system within, which means that they don't perceive from differentiation by separating things out and comparing the parts. They're able to grasp the pattern holographically. They're able to sense their positioning within the whole. There's a capacity to bear paradox. There's a capacity to understand intuitively the collective interpenetration and interabiding of everything. And I think the real piece that the Christian and particularly Sufi mystical tradition bring to this is to say that this is a capacity that actually resides in heart, mind, entrainment. It's not a feature, it's not an extension of the cognitive line to the mind. And so that's back to what it means to put the mind in the heart. So I think that, while the mystical states of, make me one with everything, can certainly overpower people and drown the consciousness for a minute and give a profound and grace-filled taste of what lies ahead in the non-dual realm, that until we're really able to complete the wiring that allows that expanded heart in entrainment with a brain, basically the frontal lobes, to be our dominant processing mechanism, enlightenment or awakening is going to be permanent, is going to be temporary glimpses and visions rather than a permanent place you look out from.
Do you have a sense in your own experience that your wiring, if you will, your own brain processing system has been changing over the past couple decades? And if so, how would you describe that change in your experience?
Oh, sure. And it's very consistent with the pattern that you can expect from people who have used centering prayer as their basic practice for the 2 decades, which I certainly have. Centering prayer with its emphasis quietly on letting go as the practice. Whenever a thought comes up, however, even how holy it is, you simply let go, which means that you move your attention from its attachment to an object into something like an objectless awareness in a state of trustingness. And this has really succeeded over the decades very slowly in imprinting in me a kind of intuitive trustingness as my basic modality of perception. And I watched that very carefully when I was, a while ago when I was really sitting down and for various reasons confronting the reality of my own demise as it played out in all those 4 voices. And I realized that basically there's no terror. It's okay, so be it. A complete, and it isn't based on a paradigm like I have any expectation that, when I get to quote, quote, heaven, I'll meet all the angels and everything will be good. It's just that I realize this intuitive trustingness has been so patterned in that it's the mode in which I do all spiritual forays into the unknown at this point. And I link that directly and directly to my centering prayer practice.
Cynthia, in one of your books, I read this definition, if you will, of non-duality, and it really stuck with me. So I want to bring it up, and I want to have you comment on it. And it was not two, not one, both one, and two. And I wonder if you can provide, first of all, just a little context for this teaching in terms of experiencing the universe as not two, not one, both one, and two.
Yep. Well, it flickers through the traditions. I know in the Sufi tradition, which is where I would know it best, it's called the syzygy, which means that I and the beloved are one, but yet not one. That it takes 2 to dissolve into the oneness of union. So it's a oneness that's arrived at not by eliminating one of the terms, but by wedding the terms together on a new level. And I wouldn't make such a fool of myself as to proclaim that I know anything about Advaita, but I know that one of the great spiritual teachers who's been a mentor of mine on my own path, Raymond Panikar, who was literate in Advaita, it was one of his traditions along with Christianity, insisted that true Advaita means exactly that. It's not monism, it's the capacity to bear what allows both duality and oneness to come from the same source and be reunited while still maintaining their particularity. And Panikar always claimed that was the true definition of Advaita anyway, and that it was certainly the working definition when you got into Christian Advaita or Christian non-dual states.
And I just have one final question for you as part of this Waking Up series, which is one of the things I'm really curious about is whether people like you have a sense that spiritual awakening is starting to flower and catch on, if you will, in a new and accelerated way, or if that's just a myth. If people have always been interested, obviously, in the depth of knowing ourselves. And of course, that's happening now. We just hear about it more on the internet, but there's no, fire catching on, fire of awakening that's lighting the planet up. What do you think?
I would say that I tend to think that something is progressing, but I don't tend to do it in exaggerated, kind of breathless terms like we're at a new evolutionary edge. I think that what's really interesting is that there's almost a critical mass of people that are now thinking in a different way. I see this particularly from my own little pool in Christianity, that with the 40 years now that the meditation practices of centering prayer and Christian meditation have been making inroads, they've begun to create a transformed Christian mode of perception in significant numbers. And you can actually, when you stay small enough like that, do it quantitatively. You can see that Christians have really joined the conversation table on the non-dual subjects. And there seem to be more and more people that are out there and that are able to hold paradox and inclusive and collective thinking beyond what was ever possible before. We've always seen saints that could do it in all generations, but I think there are more and more ordinary people that are able to do that. But that being said, I think that it's quite clear, and I agree with Jeremy Rifkin on this point, that the cost of this increasing sense of collectivity and oneness it's been very, very tied to increasing tempo of the consuming of our resource base. And, you watch even things like the Internet and the international trade and things, so that human beings, as we converge on a new collectivity, are also, taking up more of the energy of the planet in order to do it. And I think this really puts us in a neck-and-neck race, and it's the outcome is not fully clear. We're certainly seeing as well a tremendous shadow backlash of, if anything, more entrenched in fear-bound dualistic states. So I would say it's a very, very interesting and messy time of crisis, in the classic Chinese characters, meaning danger and opportunity. It's an interesting age. I wouldn't want to be born in any other. It's a cliffhanger. I see real changes, and I don't see where it's leading, definitely hanging in the balance, or definitely tipped one way or another yet.
And Cynthia, just to end this conversation, I was quite moved by this idea of putting our mind in our heart and these expanded states that are potential of heart consciousness. And I'm wondering if you could just give our listeners a couple of pointers about how they could experience this more right now of dropping their mind into their heart, just as a way to end.
Well, I think the really simple, the best two practices I know are right there in the centering prayer vocabulary, and you can look them up on the Contemplative Outreach website. Centering prayer itself is a dropping of the mind into the heart by letting go of our thought. Our thoughts, our own things, our attachments to the creations of our own brain. And the companion practice, situational practice for daily life, called the welcoming prayer or the welcoming practice, is probably the strongest single practice I know for putting in the mind and the heart, which really specifies that when you find yourself in unseated by an emotion, and typically this would be a physical, an afflictive emotion or even a physical pain, but it can work equally well with the kind of inflationary emotions as well, that you, first of all, focus or sink into it, becoming aware of it as physical sensation in your body. And then quietly and in some way curiously begin to say the word welcome, welcome, which is not welcoming the situation, but welcoming the state of consciousness and the state of, emotional or physical upheaval. What's going on in your energy field? Just say welcome, welcome. And the only place you can do that from authentically is from the heart. And so as you begin to say welcome, something shifts. And then at the end, when that shift has happened, and you can often feel the shift like a whoosh, it's a very powerful and strong practice if you do it out of sensation. So when the shift occurs, then you can do a quiet letting go. I let go of, essentially my attachment to this emotion, and off you go. So that's just a very, very quick and dirty, simplistic reduction of it, but the practice is there to be had. I write about it in my own books, Centering Prayer and Inner Awakening and the Wisdom of Jesus, and I recommend it very, very strongly as a real guts ball, mind and the heart practice.
Thank you, Cynthia, for being part of our Waking Up series, inquiring into waking up, what does it really mean? This series is available as a free series for 30 days in celebration of Sounds True's 30th anniversary. Also, if you're interested in purchasing the entire series, you can do so at SoundsTrue.com/waking up. SoundsTrue.com, many voices, one journey. Thank you for listening. Welcome to Waking Up. What does it really mean? A series of interviews celebrating Sounds True's 30th anniversary. This episode of Waking Up features Shinzen Young, best known for his innovative, interactive, algorithmic approach to mindfulness, a system specifically designed for use in pain management, recovery support, and as an adjunct to psychotherapy. He leads meditation retreats throughout North America and has established numerous mindfulness centers and programs, as well as consults widely on meditation-related research. He's the author of several titles with Sounds True, including The Beginner's Guide to Meditation and Natural Pain Relief, and the audio series, now a classic, called The Science of Enlightenment. Shinzen, welcome.
Thank you. That Science of Enlightenment does seem to be a bit of a classic. Is it still selling pretty good?
It is, Shinzen, it is. It continues.
Because I get people constantly coming to my programs saying they listened to that, their life changed, and that's why they looked me up. So I think you folks really did a good thing there with that. Very pleased.
Wonderful. So Shinzen, to begin this conversation about waking up, what does it really mean? I would love to know your definition, your working definition of spiritual awakening.
Sure. Once again, each teacher is welcome to define these things as they wish. I have a pretty clear idea of what I would call awakening. It's the state of a person who has realized directly and clearly that there is no thing inside them called a self. It's a paradigm shift. By that I mean a fundamental change in perspective after which there's no going back. It's not a peak experience. It is a permanent change in your understanding about the nature of self. So the metaphor that I would give is, if you just look at a lunar eclipse without knowing modern astronomy, you would likely think that the moon is being eaten up by a monster. That's what it looks like. And that might be very upsetting. Once you know that it's just the Earth's shadow cast on a celestial body, you could still see the eclipse, and if you wanted, you could see that, yeah, it sort of looks like something's eating up the moon. But you know for sure that what's really going on is not that. So, by way of metaphor, most people have a very strong perception there is a thing inside me called a self. It's fundamentally separate, fundamentally vulnerable, fundamentally incomplete. And that, the going away of that perception for good, I would call that awakening. Now, there's several things, however, to realize as soon as someone says what I just said. The caveats, the things to point out. It's often described as happening suddenly, but in my experience, it does not necessarily have to happen suddenly. It can gradually grow on a person over a period of even several decades, and they acclimatize to it and may not quite realize how awakened they have really become. But if you ask them, you know, well, look, what's your perception of self now versus 20 years ago? Radically changed. So it sometimes happens suddenly, often described in books that way. Certainly happens to some students of mine that way, happened to me suddenly, but it doesn't seem to necessarily be sudden. The second thing is, typically that's not the end of the story, that's just the beginning of the beginning. You still have a lifetime of work to refine yourself as a human being, but now at least you have a perspective that makes that process much easier, incomparably easier, actually, than it would have been otherwise. So it's not like, oh, everything is perfect from that time on. You still have a lot of work to do, and it could easily be that even if it were to happen suddenly, 10 years, 20 years afterwards, you realize, you know what, I'm not really as awakened as I thought I was. Still got a lot of work to do. So there's that. So the other thing is, a person might not use the description that I just gave. They might actually use the opposite description. This is really confusing. A person might say they realize their true self, an eternal self. Okay, so about half of the world's awakened people describe it in terms of there truly is no self. And the other half describe it in terms of I've realized my true self. And that the languaging can be confusing. The important thing is the litmus test is not how a person chooses to describe it. There's a gazillion ways you can describe it. The litmus test is how deeply they've experienced it and how well they can integrate that into the process of being a good human being.
So Shinzen, there's a lot that you said here that I want to unpack a little bit. Let's begin with this idea of true self versus the discovery of there being no such thing as a self. What might the discovery of true self be like, feel like?
Well, it's identical. That's the confusing part. It's the same experience. But you can sort of look at it from a lot of different sides. The famous story from India about the blind man and the elephant. Most people know that story. They may not know that it comes from India, and it's a metaphor for this situation. The elephant stands for awakening, and the blind men stand for the different ways that people will tend to describe awakening. They're all facets of the same thing. They're all talking about the same elephant, but one says it's like a rope, and another one says it's like a pillar. No, it's like a wall. No, it's like a sharp tooth. They're choosing to emphasize one aspect or another. So it's the same experience. Now, why would someone say it's the true self and another person say it's truly no self? Well, this gets into a little bit of detailed and subtle description of things. Let me see if I can simplify it a little bit. If you pay close attention to how your core sense of self arises moment by moment, like, how do I know I have a self? Well, one way to think about that is I identify with my mind and my body. I have an experience of mind and body, and I say, this is me. Now, if we break this down a little more finely, how do we know we're thinking? Well, there's a visual component. We have surface and then subtle mental images. There's an auditory component. We have surface mental talk, self-talk. And then beneath that, there's a sort of subtle stirring. So we have conscious and subconscious visual and auditory thought. And then we have body sensations. The more core body sensations are emotional. But broadly, we tend to say anything that, any sensation that happens in my body is me. So we can sort of break sensorially the experience, the normal experience of self in terms of something sensory and tangible. We can break it down: mental image, mental talk, emotional sensations, physical sensations. Now, as we begin to tease this apart, we realize that there's a lot of unconsciousness around this. Most people can't track what part is inner see, inner hear, what is physical, what is emotional in the body, etc. So one of the things that causes the mind and body to be a prison is we get flooded by the mind-body experience, and we can't separate out the strands. So we can train you with systematic exercises to track your mind-body self experience. Now, we also come to see eventually that it's not just the unconsciousness around what part is what. There's also a moment-by-moment sort of tightening around the arising of the mental image, the mental talk, the physical and emotional body sensations. So we can train away that tightening so that we bring an enormous amount of clarity and non-fixation to the experience of self. As we're doing that, that sensory experience of mind and body becomes more and more fluid and less of a thing. At some point, the we have an experience of the entire mind-body process erupting but not coagulating, so that we experience our mind and body as a wave. And if that experience is clear enough, then from that time on, we no longer think of it as a particle, as a thing. It's a wave. And we see where that wave comes from. It comes from a kind of absolute rest that's beyond time and space, and it returns to that absolute rest hundreds and hundreds of times a day. So a figure ground reversal takes place, where instead of identifying with the content of the mind and body, which is normally the figure, okay, is or maybe I should put it a different way. Normally, the experience of mind and body is the ground, and spirit or God is a figure, a figment of our imagination and wishful thinking. So a figure ground reversal in this case is the mind-body experience becomes a kind of phantom that's there but not there. And the flow of energy that molds it moment by moment, that comes from this absolute rest and returns to the absolute rest, that's what we now identify with. So the self becomes a verb, not a noun, a doing that comes from and returns to absolute tranquility hundreds of times a day, and we see it. We perceive that in our ordinary activities as we're going about life. So on one hand, we can say the thingness of self has disappeared. On the other hand, it's disappeared into the doingness of spirit. So if we wanted to call that cycle of alternating absolute rest and absolute flow, if we wanted to call that cycle me, we say that's what I am, then we'd say, oh, there's this true self that has as its nature tranquility and energy and is eternal. From another perspective, we would say, yeah, but that's an experience of truly not being a thing anymore. So it's a there is no thing called self. So that's one way that I might attempt to answer your question.
It's good. It's very helpful. Now, you also commented, Shinzen, that this discovery of the no-thingness of the self happened to you quite suddenly.
Actually, it's on the internet. It's on YouTube. There's a whole thing among teachers that understand these things, that have experienced these things. There's a thing, to what extent should we talk about this explicitly? To what extent should we share our personal experiences, like this happened to me at this time? Or should we not talk about things that way? And there are, anyone can easily think of a half dozen good reasons not to stand up and say, hey, I had this experience. I mean, there's just a lot of reasons never to do that. And a lot of teachers choose not to do that. If you ask them if they've had awakening, they will either dodge it or, whatever, for a lot of good reasons. I just decided, what the heck? Well, I'm not going to play my cards, close to the vest. Let's talk about stuff. There was 150 years ago, sex was a forbidden topic. It was like, oh no, and no one would talk about that. And then people started to talk about it, and it was very informative and liberating. So I just decided, what the heck? I don't care. I'm just going to talk about these things. So, I've got a blow-by-blow description on YouTube, but just briefly, I was, I should say, sometimes the kind of thing that I'm describing, there's another thing I didn't mention. Sometimes it happens spontaneously, without any cultivation. Not uncommon. However, if it happens without cultivation, it doesn't really count as awakening typically because it usually fades. So I actually had one of these experiences before I ever did any meditation practice. I was still in graduate school. I was an academic studying Buddhism as an intellectual topic, Asian languages, culture, that kind of thing. But I'd never meditated, but I was alone, and I was eating this sort of brownie thing, and I bit into one of the air holes, and the air hole pocket was sort of like harder than, more firm than the rest of the cake, and it was like the contrast between like the cake, this firm inner boundary of the air hole, and then the nothingness of the air hole itself. When I bit into that, I guess I was I was on an eating trip, and in retrospect, I must have transiently entered a state of high concentration, samadhi, on the act of eating. So I remember I bit into this air hole, and this thought went through my head, oh, the hole tastes as good as the cake. And something just shifted. Suddenly, the difference between existence and non-existence just evaporated. And for about a week, maybe 2 weeks, I walked around in this sort of magic world of, oh my God, this Buddhism stuff that I'm studying in school that I thought was just made up or speculation or, philosophy designed to impress people or whatever the hell. It's like, no, they're actually talking about something that's real. It's not just a cultural artifact. So it was like, wow, there's really something to this. But then after a week or so, it faded. In retrospect, I know why it faded. I'd never done any practice. So two things. I may have had a transient, a temporary state of high concentration at the moment I was eating that brownie, but I didn't have habitual concentration or samadhi skills. So even though you might say that the direction of awakening showed itself to me, I did not have the concentration power to hold that course, to stay attentionally directed on that vector. That's number one. Number two, even after you realize no self or true self, the small self still keeps arising. And unless you have equanimity skills, unless you know how to let that come and go without push and pull, well, you're going to start identifying with those mind-body states. So after a couple weeks, because I hadn't had any training, that direction, I couldn't hold that direction, and when my thoughts and physical and emotional body arose, pretty soon more and more, I just went back to the way I was before, but never quite the same, because now I knew it wasn't just all made up. And that was a motivation now to actually get involved in practice. So then I went back to Asia, and I was in a monastery, and then I got systematic training. And then a number of years later, when something like that happened to me again, well, this time I was ready, and I was able to hold the direction. And when the thoughts and body erupted, I was able to have some equanimity with that. And so it didn't just fade, it latched. So the first kind of thing is, that's why I remember that one of the first things I said is, it's not a peak experience. You may get a peak of it, but I don't call it awakening unless it latches. And it's just with you from that time on. So the second time, I'd been, I think I'd been studying all day or something. I was once again alone, and I realized, oh my God, it's like 10 o'clock. I haven't done my meditation today. So I trotted out my zafu, and I should say that I had been given the koan, who am I? See, this self-inquiry thing, it tends to be associated with certain Hindu movements, but it's also some Zen teachers, some Buddhist teachers have you work with that. Like you're sort of asking, who am I, where do I come from, that kind of thing. So I'd been given that as a koan when I left Japan by my first teacher, one of my first teachers. Okamura Keishin was his name. So I sat down and okay, who am I? And as soon as my tush touched the zafu, my boundaries just evaporated. They just evaporated, and it was so shocking. I actually got up. I actually stood up, and it's like I was just walking around the room, and there was no separation between inside and outside whatsoever. And I had a negative thought arose, and the walls were laughing at me for having this negative thought. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't insane. I didn't, really literally think they were laughing, but the sense of connectedness was like that. There's an expression in Chinese, Mr. Zhang drinks and Mr. Li gets intoxicated. It's like totally connected, right? You think Zhang and Li, they're different guys. But one drinks sake and the other one gets intoxicated. It's like I had a thought and the walls were laughing at me. It's poetic, it's a metaphor. But it was like, whoa, there's no separation at all. And I'm not in this mind and body looking out. I'm like outside of all of this. And there's your awakening metaphor. It's very much like a dream type situation. When you're asleep, all this stuff is happening, but actually, literally, physically, it's all happening inside you. You're asleep. The dream's inside you. If you happen to wake up, you'd realize you were outside of it. Well, just imagine that occurring at a whole other level, where our experience of mind, body, and world, if you suddenly realize it's like analogous to a dream, and the true you has always been outside of this, which means outside of time and space. So it was like, now, oh, wow, I'm not in this mind and body looking out at this scene. I'm out looking in from all sides. So it was pretty stunning, and I remember thinking, okay, I was going to go to bed, and this is really too good to be true. I'm going to wake up tomorrow, and it's not going to be this. It's going to be like, okay, it faded into a nice memory, and then it's going to be back to the drudgery of meditation. So I woke up the next morning, and oh no, it did not. It had not gone away. It never went away. It didn't matter. In fact, I would just like, it didn't matter. I didn't have to meditate. I would just like watch television. I remember, I think that night before I went to bed, I just watched a Popeye cartoon, and it was just as deep as, being on a retreat or something. So it didn't fade. It did not go away. Day after day after day, and then however many decades ago that was, it's just unfolded and deepened and unfolded and deepened. Like I say, it took me about 20 years to realize how far I still had to go. But that's what happened.
When you say it took you 20 years to realize how far you still had to go, that means that you found yourself identifying with your mind and body. And do you still find yourself identifying with your mind and body?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's in my experience, there's just a lot of work to do, but a window opens up, and in a sense, the window never closes. But you realize to fully manifest the potential that's there to open that window all the way, most people, that takes quite a while. It's a lifelong work. Now, every once in a while, you get someone that initial opening is pretty much it. Every once in a while, that does happen, but that certainly has not been my experience.
Now, Shinzen, in the beginning of our conversation, we talked about this audio series with Sounds True called The Science of Enlightenment. And I'm very curious about talking about spiritual awakening and enlightenment in terms of there being a science that we can follow, if you will. I've talked to so many different teachers, and they're giving me different maps, different models, different language. How could this possibly be a science?
It's not at this point in human history. It has, however, the potential to be a science. And I think all we have to do is, by hook or crook, survive for another century or two as a species. And there'll only be one agreed-upon map and one agreed-upon technology that will encompass everything that people have done hitherto in an integrated framework. That's not the case at this time, and I really feel sorry for people, because I know how much I struggled, how confusing and frustrating it was, because this teacher with absolute confidence says this, and this other one with absolute confidence says this. And it's like doctors, they have comparable training. If they weren't confident in their opinions, they wouldn't be good doctors, but they disagree, okay? So I think two things will allow us to have a true science of enlightenment relatively soon. Remember, big picture-wise, our species has been around for a long time. People have been having these experiences from the get-go, presumably, probably actually a lot more in the early days, the pre-Neolithic times, tribal times, and so forth. I mean, the whole lifestyle would tend to push you in this kind of direction. Our ancestors, what were their lives? Simple, uncomfortable, and full of things you'll never understand. Well, you can figure out stuff and get comfortable and everything gets complicated. That's one direction, and that's what happened. Or you can go the other direction and just become one with nature, and that's a legitimate direction too. So anyway, we've been around for a long time. So big picture-wise, I'm very optimistic that in a relatively short period of time, we'll have an integrated and very effective paradigm for this. And my guess would be it will come about through a combination of two things. First of all, teachers nowadays are more, many of them are much more open to the notion of dialoguing with their peers in an open way and discussing. Okay, this happened to me, that happened to you. That was really not done in the past. So I think these sort of frank and respectful dialoguing among people who are deeply into these experiences, eventually through that dialoguing, we'll be able to clarify why these discrepancies come up. But I think the other factor is we'll have something objective against which to compare different maps. And that objective thing will be a neuroscience map of what happens at awakening. That's way down the line. We're just starting. But that's exciting. It's exciting to be on the ground floor. A lot of there's a lot of hype around neuroscience of meditation. People should be aware that this kind of research will, I think, eventually be hugely productive, both in terms of giving us a conceptual map and in terms of giving us enhanced technologies to accelerate the whole process. Down the line, everything that I know about science, everything that I know about practice, I'm definitely a professional teacher of meditation. I'm a pretty good amateur scientist. And everything I know about these fields tells me that all we got to do is survive another couple hundred years, and our neuroscience will be able to tell us some new and important things about awakening. So I think the combination of the respectful but uncensored dialoguing among people that have differing maps, plus something that is objective and really cannot be argued about, which is the biophysiology of the central nervous system. Combination of these should be a very bright future for our species.
Shinzen, I just have one final question for you. I'm curious to know if you were to say spiritual awakening delivers X and spiritual awakening does not deliver Y, what does it give us in our life and what doesn't it give us?
Yes, I would say that spiritual awakening potentially impacts every dimension of human happiness. Now, if we had time, I could literally draw you a map and say, okay, here are the dimensions of human happiness, and here in specific is how the awakening affects those dimensions. To give an executive summary, I would say the main effect is something that might be described as happiness independent of conditions. There are the dimensions of happiness that involve conditions, situations in the world, objective behaviors in the world, and then there is a dimension of happiness that could be described as the ability to experience any sensory state without suffering and with enormous meaning and fulfillment, even if it's a horrific sensory